was given royal assent today. The first item on our agenda this afternoon is questions to the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and Rural Affairs. The first question is from Hywel Anker-Davies.
What assurances can the Cabinet Secretary give that the environmental protections in place under EU legislation, particularly the nature directives, will be maintained in Wales following Brexit?
Thank you. We are committed to maintaining and improving our environmental standards and recognise that our natural resources are fundamental to Wales' future post-EU exit. The Environment and Wellbeing of Future Generations Act have already put in place a strong foundation based on international obligations which will remain unaffected by Brexit.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer. And speaking as the lapwing champion of the Assembly, I would point out that the Birds and Habitats Directives enable the protection and enhancement of a myriad of important species and habitats across Wales. Our special sites include coastal dunes, blanket bogs, wetlands, marine sites, all under this legislation. And iconic species like the bottlenose dolphins, the otters, the hen harriers, the Greenland white-fronted geese and the chough are protected. So it's vitally important that we retain these protections going forward. Only a few months back, the European Commission reported from their assessment of directives that they had found them fit for purpose, but require better implementation by Member States in order to meet our international obligations. And in a study last year, the nature directives were found to be essential regulatory framework that with fuller implementation can help us achieve, including Wales, achieve our obligations under the ACHI targets and other multilateral environmental agreements. So, Cabinet Secretary, could I ask whether you've been able to have discussions with ministerial counterparts, particularly Andrea Leadsom, the Secretary of State for Food, Environment and Rural Affairs, regarding the importance of retaining these important protections in a post-Brexit scenario?
Yes, absolutely. I have been having those discussions, and I certainly meet very regularly with UK ministers on EU transition issues and ministers from the other devolved administrations. The last meeting was the 20th of April. We haven't got one this month, obviously, because of the election, and we're due to meet on the 21st of June next. We support the European Commission's action plan, which aims to enhance the efficiency of the implementation of the nature directives and secure greater flexibility in how the directives are implemented to meet environmental outcomes. My officials are also working very closely with their counterparts in DEFRA and also with Scotland and Northern Ireland to ensure that the UK response to the action plan fully reflects our approach to the sustainable management of natural resources as set out in our Environment Act. I think that really puts us on a strong footing to continue to deliver our international obligations.
Susie Davis. Diolch Llywydd. Pleasure to see you back. You'll be aware, of course, that the EU directive regarding the protection of harbour porpoise breeding sites has not been transposed into UK law, and I'm hoping that Welsh Government, post-Brexit, will either be able to choose to introduce some protections itself or to work with the UK Government to do that. I'm looking to Welsh Government, actually, to take a lead on this on behalf of constituents in Porthcawl and other constituents in the Swansea Bay area. If you are prepared to take something on these lines forward, would that protection be sufficiently explicit to protect grounds from the relevant impacts of offshore wind development?
It's something we can certainly look at. There's actually something on my desk upstairs around harbour porpoise, so we'll certainly have a look at it, and obviously I'd be happy to update members.
Question 2.
Question 2, David Melding.
What is the Welsh Government doing to address the fruit and vegetable deficit in Wales?
Thank you. The Welsh Government supports the agricultural and food industries in partnership with Amaeth Cymru and the Food and Drink Industry Board. There is potential to develop horticulture and opportunity as Wales adapts to Brexit. We recognise the benefits of fruit and vegetable consumption, and we've taken action to promote them.
Thank you for that, Cabinet Secretary, and welcome back, incidentally. It's my first opportunity to say that to you. We only produce about 10% of what we consume, so the deficit is up to 90%, certainly of fruit and veg that can be grown in our climate. And with 2% of Welsh agricultural land given over to fruit and veg, albeit 10.5% of grade 1 to 3 land, we would actually produce all that we need. So I do hope in any shaping of future policy post-Brexit that we see the importance of this area. We did used to produce more, we should produce more again.
Yes, I think you raise a very important point, and you know, when we look at Brexit, it's not all doom and gloom. There are opportunities, and I think one of the opportunities is that we could perhaps look at potential different uses of land, if you like, and we've started scoping that work, and I think obviously it's up to a landowner what they want to do with their land, but I think there is the opportunity to do that, and we're, as I say, we're scoping it now because we'll need that information to see what we can do. Obviously, you know, the climate does have an impact, and also the consumer's choice. I think consumers demand vegetables, you know, out of season, if you like. So I think all these decisions and information have to be looked at, but I think certainly post-Brexit there is that opportunity to do that.
Jenny Rathbone.
We're not going to wait until Brexit before doing something about this, because there's lots of things that the government could be doing now. One is we could be planting more fruit trees, because we need to plant more trees generally, and if we have fruit trees then their produce is available. But more strategically, I wondered if we could have a much more urgent approach to our public procurement policy around food, in particular enable us to follow the lead of Flintshire, which is adopting the Food for Life certification, which requires schools to produce 75% of their dishes freshly produced. And that would obviously stimulate the horticulture industry to provide the vegetables and fruit that schools would need. And the same would apply to hospitals and other public buildings. You know, we have this approach here in our canteen in the Senedd. Surely we can extend it to all our children.
Yes, certainly we don't have to wait until post-Brexit. That was specifically, I was talking about the work that we were doing, looking at use of land in a different way. And certainly we have been looking at the current procurement regime that we have now to make sure that we do that. I have the Food and Drink Industry Board and obviously the Food and Drink Industry Action Plan, and I think that absolutely recognises the importance of healthy eating, particularly in our schools and other parts of our public sector. And we've also got the Peas Please initiative, which was started by the Food Foundation, and that's bringing together farmers and retailers and fast food outlets and caterers and processors and governments, and that really is looking at the supply chain and how we can raise fruit and vegetable production.
Questions now from the party spokespeople and the Plaid Cymru spokesperson Simon Thomas. Thank you, Llywydd.
The Cabinet Secretary back to her place as well. I'm sure the Cabinet Secretary, like me, welcomes the report from NFU Cymru published yesterday on farming, bringing Wales together. I know she was present at the report's launch. It sets out how farming contributes to the 7 wellbeing goals that the government has in its own legislation, the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act. And it's part of the work that we all have to do, I think, in setting out the ongoing argument for support payments and continuing support for farming and the wider rural community as we leave the European Union. In that context, I was struck by the publication of the Welsh Labour Party manifesto, which doesn't seem to make any commitment to maintain those payments in the whole of the next Parliament. And I wondered if the Cabinet Secretary could explain why.
Well, you will have heard me say many times that I cannot imagine a time when we do not have to support our agricultural sector. Obviously, the manifesto was launched. There was a significant chapter in the manifesto regarding agriculture and environment, you know, right across my portfolio. We have said all along, we don't know what funding we're going to have post-Brexit. But if you remember, during the campaign for the EU referendum, we were told we would not lose a penny, and that's what I'll be holding the UK government to.
So will I, but I thought you wanted to become the UK government and therefore were seeking to make financial commitments for the next Westminster government, because it's there that the 8th of June election is being fought upon. The one thing that you do state in your manifesto, however, is this. The Conservatives were dragged to court and forced to publish their draft nitrogen dioxide plan, but their commitments are disappointing and lack information about the action needed to address emissions on a UK basis, providing no detail about a diesel scrappage scheme. I think that's quite factually correct. But does this mean that Welsh Labour is going to introduce a scrappage scheme to Wales?
Well, that's something that will have to be looked at. You are quite right about the UK government, and I've been working very closely with colleagues to make sure that we are in a position to take air quality forward. You know that I've made it a personal priority. I think it's really important, and I've written to DEFRA recently on it. You'll be aware DEFRA have recently published a joint consultation, and one of the things we have committed to is to consult within the next 12 months on a clean air zone framework for Wales.
This is indeed true of what you're doing as a Cabinet Secretary, and I welcome it insofar as it goes, but it does underline the fact that you, as a party, you don't seem to be serious about taking control in Westminster at all, and don't really have firm proposals or financial securities and commitments for how you're going to support these actions going forward. However, let's look at something that happens here in Wales, because I think we can agree, well, potentially agree at least, that if we are to have diesel scrappage or some kind of approach like that, we will move away from diesel into, yes, more petrol, but also into electric vehicles, which are predicted now by the Financial Times to be at the same price by 2018 as petrol vehicles. At the moment, there's about 100,000 electric vehicles registered in the UK. There are 1,500 electric vehicle rapid charging points in England and Scotland. It's possible to drive from North Wales to Orkney in an electric car using rapid charging points, but you can't drive from North Wales to Cardiff. There are just 13 rapid charging points in the whole of Wales and not a single one in mid-Wales. What is the Cabinet Secretary doing with her colleagues, because we have a 2015 report that hasn't been acted on yet, to develop a network of electric charging vehicle points throughout Wales, and particularly in Mid and West Wales?
I actually had a discussion about this morning, because this is something that we need to look at. On a personal level, I'm making sure that Welsh Government put some charging points in as soon as possible. Unfortunately, for a variety of reasons, which I won't bore you with, they can only be used by staff in the beginning. But I think it's really important you'll be aware of an app that we have to make sure that we know where the electric points are. One of the suggestions we've had is that perhaps we put charging points where there are public toilets. So there needs to be significant investment in charging points, because, as you say, we haven't got enough in Wales yet. I don't want it to affect our tourism offer, and I know my colleague Ken Skates doesn't want it also, so we need to think about that too, because, as you say, you need to be able to move freely around Wales and know that you've got those charging points available.
Llefarydd y Ceidwadwyr.
Conservative spokesperson Paul Davies.
Like others, I'm delighted to see your return to this chamber, and I hope you will be fully recovered in the very near future. Now, Cabinet Secretary, at the Royal Welsh Spring Festival recently, you said that young farmers are the future of the industry, and we must invest in them to ensure both they and this industry have a bright future. Of course, I completely agree with you on that, Cabinet Secretary. Therefore, could you tell us what specific policies you've introduced during your time as Cabinet Secretary for Environment and Rural Affairs for young farmers to ensure that they have a bright future?
Well, I'm not sure about specific policies, but I've certainly supported them financially. You'll be aware of the significant investment we put into young farmers, for instance. We've got the Agri Academy, which are full of young, dynamic farmers who are very willing to help me formulate policies going forward, and I've met them regularly. I've also made it a personal choice to go out and visit as many young farmers on their farms as I can. Certainly, I can think of a couple in North Wales that I visited. One of them leased the farm and wanted to talk to me specifically about what we could do in our policies to encourage young people to be able to lease their farms. So I then wrote to all local authorities to try and encourage them not to sell their farms, which unfortunately some local authorities seem to be doing at quite an alarming rate.
Now, a recent NatWest report concluded that young farmers need more support to diversify, and while the entrepreneurial ideas may be there, the support networks could actually be improved. Therefore, it's crucial that more support is offered to young farmers, both in terms of advice and support and in terms of finance as well. So in light of this report, will you confirm what funding will you now bring forward to better support young farmers who are looking to diversify?
Well, that can be part of our programmes. You'll be aware of the farming business grants that we've just brought forward. So that's not just available to young farmers, it's available to all farmers. And I know when it was launched recently, young farmers were telling me that was really helpful for them, because if they wanted a piece of equipment that they couldn't afford, they didn't have to go through that long business plan, getting several quotes. We've taken all that hard work away. Going forward, we can be looking at what specific support we can give them as we formulate a Welsh agricultural policy.
Now, Cabinet Secretary, that same report concluded that there is a generational crisis in farming, which has long been a concern of many in the agricultural world. Indeed, according to the Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, the percentage of farmers under the age of 45 had fallen to just 13% in 2015, down from 18% in 2003. Therefore, in light of the pressing need to attract young people into the farming profession and the need to keep young people in the farming profession, what immediate steps will the Welsh Government now be taking to ensure that the percentage of farmers under the age of 45 doesn't continue to fall in the future?
I don't recognise those figures. I'm not sure if you said they were DEFRA's figures, because I don't think that is the case in Wales of that significant drop. I don't like the word crisis. I do understand that it's very difficult for young farmers, you know, if they're not part of a farming family, if they want to come in from farming to cold, if you like, it is very difficult for them to be able to do that. And one of the things we have been working with young farmers is around ensuring that we help them to break into the agricultural world. And I go back to what I was saying about working with local authorities to try and get them to not sell off the farms that they have in their portfolios, because certainly speaking to young farmers, that is one of the ways that they can get into farming. And I spoke about somebody in North Wales. He actually is from a farming background, but he wanted to go out and get his own farm. At the age of 21, he's gone out and leased a farm, which was incredibly impressive.
Llefarydd UKIP.
UKIP spokesperson Neil Hamilton.
Well, I don't want to be left out of the crowd of the Cabinet Secretary's fans welcoming her back to the Chamber, and I'd like to say how glad I am to see her looking so hale and hearty. And I'd like to return to the question of the Labour Party manifesto and to follow up the point that Simon Thomas made right at the start of the proceedings today. As far as I can see in this manifesto, there are 2 paragraphs about farming under the chapter of negotiating Brexit, and then there's, broadly speaking, 1 small paragraph under environmental and rural affairs. And given that agriculture is entirely a devolved matter, and we are in the middle of a general election campaign, I think the farming community will be pretty surprised that farming features so negligibly in this rather thick document. And that, given that the First Minister has criticised my party and others for lack of clarity about our post-Brexit vision, I'm coming to this in a second. In fact, our vision for agriculture was rolled out last year in the Assembly elections in our manifesto there, where we were quite clear that we would maintain the basic payment scheme, then on the basis of £80 per acre. We'll have to revisit that figure, maybe possible to increase it, with extra payments for hill farmers based on headage within WTO rules, etc. I mean, this is the fundamental point that everybody wants to get some assurance on, is if a basic payment scheme is going to be maintained in Wales post-Brexit, and whether the existing payment regime will be replicated. I appreciate, as the Cabinet Secretary said, we don't know yet what the Westminster Government is going to give us in the way of a financial settlement, and like her and her party, UKIP thinks that we should have every single penny of British taxpayers' money which is currently spent by Brussels in Wales. But on that basis, it should be able for her as the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture to give the kind of concrete assurances that farmers need.
Well, I have given that assurance to farmers. I mean, I've been in post just a year now, and certainly I've made it very clear that we cannot envisage a time when our agricultural sector would not need that support. How the basic payment scheme will look post-Brexit, as I say, it depends on the funding that we get. But, like you, I think we should get every penny that we were promised. We were told Wales would not lose 1 penny, and that is what I will be holding the UK Government to.
And the other question that arises is the freedom that we will have to consider the regulatory regime applying to rural industries in general. And whilst I accept the the points that were made by Hugh Ranker-Davies in his question earlier on about maintaining essential regulations. It can't be said that the existing corpus of regulation imposed upon us by the EU is perfect in every particular, and there may be ways in which we can very significantly reduce costs without endangering the public benefits that we all want in terms of environmental protection and so on. Farmers' incomes are negligible, and the administrative burden of the EU regulatory regime is often very considerable upon them. They don't have the income levels which would make life easier for them to employ staff to do all the form filling, box ticking and all the other complications of life in the farming industry. So I hope that, as the Cabinet Secretary said in answer to David Melding earlier on, that it's not all doom and gloom post-Brexit. I was very pleased to hear say that and take a positive approach to these opportunities, that we will take an open-minded, science-based approach to regulation, and over time, and no doubt quite a long time, we will go through the whole corpus of regulation and see how we can lift administrative burdens on farmers without losing any great public benefits which the non-farming community values.
Well, I do try to be a glass half full rather than a glass half empty, so I am really trying to embrace the opportunities that I do think are there when you look. I was a passionate Remainer, and nothing will make me believe that leaving Brexit is good for us, but we do have to look for those opportunities. And regulations was one of the reasons cited to me by farmers as to why a majority, I won't say majority, but certainly the people I spoke to, a majority of them had voted leave. However, environmental standards and regulations, we have, as a minimum, they're going to be maintained. I keep saying this to them, we could strengthen them where there's need to, and when we look at them all individually, there are literally thousands of regulations in my portfolio, and it could be that we'll be strengthening some of them. So, perhaps some of them should have been careful what they wish for. So I would say that, that regulation regime is essential. However, we will need to look at it on a case-by-case basis.
I know from having spoken to many farming organisations and individual farmers that they do appreciate the Cabinet Secretary's open-minded approach, and indeed her general approachability and willingness to discuss these issues in the round. There's one particular case which I would like to raise with her now, where she would be able to do something. She will be aware that the regime surrounding livestock movements on farms coming up into the county show period is now a matter of controversy, with the introduction of new quarantine units from the 10th of June, replacing the old regime of approved isolation units on farms. And there have been significant complaints that this is increasingly, unacceptably bureaucratic. There are 61 rules as part of the new system, which include installing double gates and double fences, as well as wearing specialised clothing. There's also, of course, a fee payment regime of £172.80 for one quarantine unit and £244.80 for two. And many farmers are struggling to understand why this should be as bureaucratic a scheme as it is. And for many of them, they're saying that, well, it's just not worth the effort now to go to county shows with livestock and to show animals. So I wonder whether we might be able to revisit this scheme and introduce a bit more flexibility than appears to be there at the minute, given that we already have an effective regime with approved isolation units, and there isn't really any evidence to show that there is a risk to animal welfare or health from the limited circumstances of moving animals to and from county shows.
Before I come on to quarantine units, just picking up your first point about approachability, certainly, I want to have those discussions with the sector. And one of the reasons I set up the stakeholder group straight after the referendum back in last June, and I think we met on July the 4th for the first time, was to make sure we brought agriculture and environment sectors together. I thought it was really important we didn't have those silos. And I have to say, we've had probably up to about 10 meetings now, and it's been really good to see those two sectors working so positively together. On the issue of quarantine units, when I came into post a year ago, I was told, we needed to get moving really quickly on these new arrangements, and I was criticised last summer for not bringing it forward quickly. We have worked on this policy with the sector really closely, and my officials have worked with the Livestock Identification advisory group on those proposals, and we continue to work with stakeholders on the delivery of the project. It's not a mandatory scheme, so they can choose, if they prefer the 6-day standstill to the quarantine unit, you know, they can choose to do that. I know there's a financial cost, and again, if they choose not to have a QU, then any movements onto their farm will trigger the 6-day standstill. They need to weigh up which is the best scheme for them personally.
Question 3, David.
Question 3, David Rees.
Can the Secretary make a statement on the progress being made to improve air quality across Wales?
Whilst air quality in Wales is improving, hotspots remain. As we work to finalise a new clean air zone framework for Wales, all sectors and representative bodies, in particular in the private sector, are viewed as active stakeholders. Their involvement in this work will be essential.
Well, thank you for that answer, Cabinet Secretary, and I'm sure that you agree with me that air pollution impacts both on our environment and on our health. On the environment issues, we can actually have the visible impacts upon our species, our plants, and our towns. And just to come to tie back in my constituency to see some of that visual impact yourself. But also, there are many organisations in the health area that indicate that air pollution contributes to over 2,000 deaths annually here in Wales because of things like asthma attacks, COPD, and perhaps flare-ups and heart attacks as a consequence of the air pollution. Now, I appreciate the health agenda is with another minister, but the air quality agenda is with yourself. What are you doing actually to have discussions across the Cabinet to ensure that we tackle the air pollution aspects across Wales? And will you also perhaps look at strengthening the EU regulations, pre and post-Brexit, to look at how we can address the less breaches we allow to ensure air quality is tighter, and perhaps the role of NRW in policing that?
The health of people and the environment of Wales go absolutely hand in hand, and I'm committed to protecting the people and the environment of Wales, and my officials and certainly health officials, and particularly the Minister for Social Services officials, work very closely together, and we looked and we revised the new guidance you're probably aware of on the local air quality management. We're taking a joint approach with Public Health in the development of a clear air zone framework for Wales, and that will be reflected in the work of a working group from within the Brexit stakeholder group on air and climate. You'll be aware of the Climate Change, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee report, and I've already said to them that there's a scope to better align both the national and the local air quality regimes following the exit from the EU.
Andrew Arty-Davis.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Cabinet Secretary, welcome back to the Chamber.
Thank you.
The point about 2,000 people dying prematurely in Wales through poor air quality, that's 5 people a day, surely is one of the biggest public health challenges, dilemmas that we do face. And I've listened to several of the answers that you've given, and I welcome the action the government is taking across portfolio. But what confidence can we have that by the time this Assembly goes before the electorate in 2021, we will see a reduction in those numbers of premature deaths here in Wales? As I said, and it is worth repeating, 2,000 people are dying prematurely because of poor air quality. That's 5 people a day. Where can we mark you as a government in 2021 as to those premature deaths here in Wales?
As you say, we need to do some significant work around this, and you will have heard me say it's absolutely a priority for me. You know, we've recently had a consultation, and I have to say the consultation was in general supportive of the action that we're taking. We reaffirm the importance of reducing public exposure to air pollution by making the average concentration of nitrogen dioxide at dwellings one of Wales's national wellbeing and public health outcomes framework indicators, so that's an area where you can hold us to account. I've committed to issuing new air quality policy guidance to local authorities next month, and that will recognise schools and active travel routes, amongst others, as sensitive receptor locations. And local authorities have to take a risk-based approach to where they put their site their monitors. But I think it's really important that they, take that into consideration also. We're also going to be issuing some guidance to support health and public health professionals in NHS Wales, because I think we need to work very closely with the staff of NHS Wales regarding that. And I think they need to communicate the public health risks of poor air quality to the public and other agencies. I've also looking into have an awareness raising campaign on air quality going forward.
Question 4, Angela Byrne.
Good afternoon. Will the Cabinet Secretary outline the Welsh Government's plans to reduce littering?
Thank you. The Welsh Government's aim is to prevent littering from occurring in the first place. We support and fund a range of programmes focusing on education, improving enforcement action and community engagement and involvement. By encouraging people to take pride in their environment, we will achieve longer-lasting improvements.
It is good to see you back, and I know that, like me, you and most of the other Assembly members here will have received many constituent representations over concerns with littering, dog mess and fly tipping. And of course it's vital for public health, and particularly in areas which rely on tourism, that we have clean and safe and pleasant streets to walk in. Pembrokeshire has recently been recognised through the How Clean Are My Streets campaign as having the cleanest streets in Wales, and I'm unabashed in saying this is a shout out for Pembrokeshire. So, Cabinet Secretary, I wondered if you would join me, first of all, in praising the work of the street cleaning teams in Pembrokeshire who are out all the time maintaining these streets, particularly in Pembrokeshire's weather, which is either wonderful or totally inclement. And, but above all, could you tell us how you intend to use that example of best practice to be percolated throughout Wales to improve our general streets litter, dog messing, which does upset so many of our constituents so often?
Yeah, I'm sure most members in the Chamber will recognise what you're saying. Our postbags are often full of such complaints, and I certainly congratulate Pembrokeshire on having the cleanest streets, and it's really important that that best practice is shared out. You'll be aware of many schemes we have. We support Keep Wales Tidy, for instance, and I know they recently undertook a survey of street cleanliness, and it found 95.5% of the street survey were graded B and above. So that's sort of acceptable to members of the public, but I think it's really important that every area aims higher.
Gareth Bennett.
Diolch, Llywydd, and may I add my welcome to the other welcomes back that you've had, Minister. We've had some interesting ideas lately which may help to reduce littering. I'm thinking in terms of ideas about tackling the issue of excess packaging on food. It may be premature to ask you this, but what are your initial thoughts about whether that may be a good thing?
I certainly think we need to reduce packaging, and I was horrified to see my daughter bought something from a very well-known company, which I won't mention, and I think that the article was this size and the packaging was absolutely enormous, and it made me get onto officials straight away to remind them that this is something that I think we really need to look at. And what we're going to do is commission a feasibility study, and that needs to look at the costs and the benefits and all the options available to reduce food and drink packaging in one area. We need to have a look at increasing recycling and reducing litter under an extended producer responsibility scheme. I met with a very well-known drinks organisation about what they can do in relation to disposable cups. I think there's huge opportunities here for us to be able to reduce packaging.
Tynwyd cwestiwn 5.
Question 5 is withdrawn. Question 6, David Melding.
What is the Welsh Government's strategy for improving the ecological footprint of Wales's urban environments?
Thank you. The better management and use of our wealth of natural resources, together with the more efficient use of those resources in circulation, is a key component of our circular economy approach and commitment to green growth and reducing Wales's ecological footprint.
First Minister, Cabinet Secretary. That was a quick promotion. If everyone in the world consumed as much as we do in Wales, we'd need 2.5 planets. And I was looking at the ecological and carbon footprints of Wales 2015 report by the Stockholm Environment Institute, which I'm glad to say the Welsh Government did commission. And about 11% of our footprint relates to transport. Promoting cycling is one of the best things we could do. And actually, Welsh cities are quite good environments for promoting cycling. They're relatively flat. But what we need to do is redesignate, well, Swansea in parts, I suppose. What we need to do is redesignate some of our roads as exclusively for pedestrians and cyclists. Until we do that, we won't get the sort of modal shift we require.
Yes, I would agree with that statement, and certainly I was looking at a cycling path in my own constituency of Wrexham, and it just ended. You know, it didn't carry on, and so I did wonder, you know, what somebody would do when they were cycling along. You know, where would they go? So I think all local authorities need to look very carefully at the provision they have for cyclists and do all they can to improve it.
Question 7, Mike.
Question 7, Mike Hedges.
Cabinet Secretary make a statement on the flood risk of the River Tower.
Thank you. Natural Resources Wales are responsible for assessing risk of flooding from rivers and the sea. The local flood risk management plan further sets out how risk will be managed. A £7 million flood risk management scheme was completed in 2015, significantly reducing risk to the lower Swansea Vale.
Well, can I highlight the huge success of the floodplain and its Vaughan, which is probably about a quarter of a mile from where I live. And I quite often drive past it, and sometimes you've got a lake, and other times you've got a few little lakes, and other times it's dry. But it does stop flooding in that area, which used to be a huge problem. Can I also welcome the proposal to not charge a landfill tax on dredged material from rivers in the current land disposable tax bill, which is making its way through. But having seen the great success of the floodplain on the River Tower, we're always willing in Swansea to export successes. Are there any plans on creating floodplains like that on other rivers to stop houses and businesses getting flooded?
Thank you. Yes, I'm very pleased my colleague, the Cabinet Secretary for Finance and Local Government, was able to bring forward a government amendment. It's stage 2 of the Landfill Disposals Tax Wales Bill to ensure a relief from the taxes available to material removed from the water in the interest of flood prevention. I think that was a very important amendment. Certainly, you'll be aware of the significant funding we are putting into flood prevention. So again, it's always very good to share best practice. I think what our national strategy for flood and coastal erosion risk management in Wales does is promote natural flood risk management, and that work is eligible for grant funding. And I think it's really important that we strengthen that message to risk management authorities in the refresh of the national strategy.
Susie Davis. Diolch, Llywydd. Well, yes, I acknowledge the work that was done in Ynys Vaughan, really. I mean, that's about 300 homes that were protected there. Yet in recent years, we've also seen new building on sites on seemingly low-level ground close to the river. Conversely, in my previous work, I recall having to repeatedly explain to lenders that while their environmental searches revealed that properties were being built in floodplain areas, it wasn't the case. They were usually several metres higher than the environmental floodplain risk maps revealed, and it would have taken a tsunami, actually, to have taken most of them out. How often are these floodplain plans reassessed? And I ask not just because desktop studies can often miss local geography, if you like, but also because overdevelopment in a particular area can affect the water table and water runoff, and that's particularly important in places like Swansea, where we're looking at 20,000 new homes as well as the associated infrastructure.
I think Susie Davis raises a very important point. I will have to write to you as to the frequency as to how often flood plans are reassessed.
Di Lloyd.
Thank you, Llywydd.
That are active in the lower Swansea Valley, but there's also a lot of new building, as has been alluded to. So, can I ask what action are you taking in conjunction with Natural Resources Wales and the local authority in terms of raising flood awareness and associated actions for residents during flood incidents, particularly to those new homeowners who move into this particular area?
Well, I know that's something that planning officials are working with local authorities, and obviously NRW are part of that campaign. It's very important that all these issues are taken into account, and I'm constantly looking at the planning policy to make sure local authorities have the correct guidance at hand.
Question 8.
Question 8, Darren Miller.
Cabinet Secretary make a statement on actions the Welsh Government is taking to support the sustainability of environmental businesses in Wales.
Thank you. We have a large number of policies and programmes delivering green growth, such as Green Growth Wales. We've been working to decarbonise the public sector, and we provide flexible support to businesses, domestic energy efficiency programmes and support for local carbon developments, from community scale to centralised generation.
Thank you for that response, Cabinet Secretary. Some environmental businesses are based around the timber industry, and there have been concerns which I have raised about the sustainability of that industry in terms of its supply of timber for the future. Now, there's been many references this afternoon to the role of Natural Resources Wales and the functions which it undertakes. And I have to say they do an excellent job, for example, in terms of flood prevention and protection. But I am concerned about the way that they are managing our forestry resource here in Wales, and that they're not doing a particularly good job. And I was very concerned also about the timber sales contract, which has been featuring in the media and is now a subject of inquiry by the Public Accounts Committee. That suggests to me that they need to pull their socks up when it comes to managing our timber resources. And I wonder, Cabinet Secretary, what assurances you can give us that this is going to be a matter of priority in the future for Natural Resources Wales, and that we will have a sustainable supply of timber for the Welsh timber industry in the future.
Commercial timber operations is absolutely a high priority for Natural Resources Wales. And just last week I met with CONFOR and ensured there was an NRW representative there to hear their concerns. This year, NRW are restocking more than 1,200 hectares on the Welsh Government's woodland estate, and that compares very favourably, I think, with any of the previous 5 years. It is really important that the Federation and the NRW work very closely together. I hear very conflicting reports around, where trees are planted. Are they planted in the right place? Are there enough planted? So, that is something that I'm working very closely with NRW and with CONFOR with. I meet NRW Chair and Chief Executive every month, and I think it is absolutely a standing item now because it is of such importance.
Question now.
Question 9, Dawn Bowden.
Diolch, Llywydd. Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on improving animal welfare in Wales?
Thank you. The Wales Animal Health and Welfare Framework, Achieving High Standards Together, explains the approach we are taking to achieve continued and lasting improvements in standards of animal health and welfare across Wales. The annual implementation plan sets out specific actions we are taking forward in any 12-month period.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary, for that response. No doubt you'll be aware that the Conservative election manifesto contains a commitment to hold another vote on the ban on hunting with dogs, or the fox hunting ban as we probably best know it as. Would you join me, Cabinet Secretary, in condemning any proposals which might open up the possibility of this barbaric and cruel practice returning to our shores, and assure me that the Welsh Government will speak out against any such proposals and look at every avenue available to prevent fox hunting with dogs ever taking place in Wales again?
Yes, absolutely. I would join you in that. And although hunting with dogs is a non-devolved issue, my position is we would strongly oppose any moves to repeal the Hunting Act 2004 by any future UK government. We do not wish to see the return of that barbaric, cruel and unpopular pastime in Wales.
Paul Davis.
Cabinet Secretary, the Blue Cross Unpicking the Knots report tells us that the last time government brought in a specific law to regulate the sale of pets, Winston Churchill was about to replace Clement Attlee for his second term as Prime Minister. Newcastle United won the FA Cup, and the Archers had just passed its pilot probation period. Now, I'm sure you'll agree with me that times have certainly changed since then, and the rise of the internet has certainly had a significant effect on the pet trade. Therefore, can you tell us what specific discussions you've had regarding the need for an updated law regulating the sale of pets in Wales?
Certainly, I had a discussion with the Animal Health and Welfare Framework Group. We look at their work programme, and certainly, I can remember the last time. Well, I thought I could. Newcastle United won the FA Cup, so I'm perhaps showing my age there. So you have reminded me that we need to make sure that all our legislation is up to date and our policies, and it's certainly something I'll be happy to talk to my Chief Veterinary Officer about.
Bethan Jenkins.
Diolch a croeso nôl.
Thank you and welcome back. When you were away, I asked for a debate on a register of animal abuse in Wales because there have been a number of campaigns calling for this, and the RSPCA has also called for a task and finish group from the Welsh Government looking at the options. For example, in Tennessee, there is a list which is open to the public, and in New York, there is a list for those who buy and sell pets and animals. So would you agree that some kind of task and finish group would help to bring that initial debate on this issue to the fore, so that the people of Wales who do think that this is a good idea, and a petition has received a great deal of support across the whole of the UK, so that we can start this debate and for Wales to show the way ahead in that regard?
Yes, I absolutely agree with Bethan Jenkins, and as you know, this is something I'm looking very carefully at, and I hope to be writing to Assembly members, if not before recess, certainly as soon as we come back.
Diolch i'r ysgrifennydd.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. The next item on our agenda is questions to the Cabinet Secretary for Communities and Children, and the first question is from Dai Lloyd.
Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you very much, Llywydd. Will the Cabinet Secretary provide a statement on the progress of the childcare offer for Wales?
Thank the member for his question. Our childcare offer will provide working parents of 3- and 4-year-olds with 30 hours of government-funded education and childcare for up to 48 weeks of the year. We will begin to test the offer in specific areas of 7 local authorities in September.
Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you for that response. And as you know, a pilot scheme of the programme is being introduced in parts of Swansea, and local parents are obviously pleased to see that happening. However, many of the pilot areas, including Pontedillas and Gorseinon, are specific growth areas within the county. Can you ensure that you are taking the population increase into account as you introduce the programme, and how this impacts on the ability of the sector to deliver locally?
Of course, and we're engaged with the sector. I am delighted in Swansea there are many areas that are covered by this pilot, and this will be a good spread of the areas to test across school sites and private day nursery settings. We will learn from this as we move forward, and I'm looking forward to the test areas starting in September in the new term.
Darren Miller.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Cabinet Secretary, one of the concerns which has been raised is around the capacity of the workforce to meet this challenge of providing the additional childcare. It's an ambition which you and I both share in terms of increasing the availability of childcare, but particularly Welsh medium childcare provision in traditionally non-Welsh speaking areas. What action specifically are you taking to ensure that the childcare offer is available through both of our official languages in Wales?
There is a plethora of offers that we are currently considering. There is a test pilot in a joint scheme between Gwynedd and Anglesey, which are exploring opportunities both in English and Welsh medium settings. There is an issue with the workforce and making sure we've got capacity as we move forward, and that's the benefit of a rollout of, as we're doing here in Wales, in England. We've learned lessons from some of the issues that they've experienced there by the quick introduction of a system that where there wasn't capacity in the system to deliver. We've taken note of that, and that's why we're having a phased approach.
Jeremy Miles.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. A good childcare offer is, of course, crucial to supporting women into work, and perhaps Cabinet Secretary would join me in welcoming the Neath Sir Optimist International to the Senedd today, who do so much to support girls and women in my area and beyond. Childcare is only one part of the key offer that we need to make to young families. The other, as programmes like Flying Start acknowledge, is support with parenting. Countries such as Australia have pioneered evidence-based, broadly accessible parenting support programmes like Triple P, which can be delivered by care assistants or teachers or other disciplines. What steps is the government taking to ensure that an evidence-based parenting support programme widely available to young parents in Wales?
Of course, and I place on record my welcome to the Neath Sir Optimists as well in the Chamber today. I think the member raises a really important point about the joined-up approach of delivery of services, and the childcare pledge is not just about taking somewhere safe for a child to be for a certain amount of hours per day. This is about the ability to enhance their opportunities in life, and our Families First Flying Start programmes, childcare pledges, our educational programmes such as Foundation Phase, all link in to a better opportunity for people as they move forward. And these are some of the conundrums that the pilot will start to tease out in terms of delivery mechanisms.
Question 2, Stephen Lewis.
Plans to mitigate the negative impact of current and future reform of social security.
Thank you. Welsh Government is already taking action to help people to manage the effects of the UK Government's welfare benefit changes. We have programmes to help people access sustainable work and affordable housing, and we fund advice services and continue to maintain full entitlements for the council tax reduction scheme.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his answer. He'll be aware of recent developments undermining benefit reforms at the UK level, such as the NAO report in England demonstrating that benefit sanctions actually cost more than they save. Another example of the ideologically driven and cruel cuts that are being meted out on people in this country. In other devolved administrations, such as in Northern Ireland, when they refused to implement welfare reform, they managed to secure £2 billion of additional spending from Westminster, and they've had concessions on future reforms. The Scottish Government has devolution of some social security powers and are changing things like the frequency of universal credit payments. The Cabinet Secretary knows my view that we need a social safety net in this country too, like the other administrations. Could he perhaps consider launching a consultation sometime in the very near future on how we can use the limited powers we have already in this country to help people on social security, and perhaps to consult on what future powers we might like to draw down, because I fear that we are going to be penalised even further in Wales, whilst other devolved administrations are taking proactive steps to protect those people that are under attack.
Well, I'm sympathetic to the member's approach on this, and what I say that with a word of caution, though, because I do understand while Scotland have taken a stance on this, there are significant issues around funding this long term, and I think that is a matter for a relationship between the UK Government and Scotland, and I would like to learn from that whole proposal. Of course, I work with many of the third sector organisations and government bodies, agencies that operate in Wales, about how we can mitigate some of the effects of welfare reform. It is something that is on my agenda, and I will give further updates to the Chamber in the near future.
In 2011, the UK Government spent £177.3 billion on social security, including pensions. In 2016-17, that was £212.6 billion. What would the Welsh Government like to see spent?
We would not like to see any money spent. We want to see people back in work and supported in the appropriate areas. But what the member failed to mention with the statistics that he's shared with me today is the fact that 1,000 young people will be displaced and possibly homeless in Wales because of the welfare reform benefits that's happening in the UK Government under his new party.
Dawn Bowden.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And I've referred on a number of occasions to the likely impact that you just alluded to now, Cabinet Secretary, on the Government's cuts to local housing allowances for the under-35s and the benefit cuts for under 22 years old, which will have obviously exacerbating homelessness effects amongst young people. Merthyr Valley's Homes Cabinet Secretary are trying out an innovative approach to tackling homelessness at the moment by purchasing a couple of shipping containers for conversion to low-cost temporary accommodation for the homeless. Now, that isn't about creating ghettos or these kind of parks of people that are homeless and unemployed, but it is about providing accommodation which people can call their own while in longer-term solutions are found. And I think that would be better than the alternative, which is hostels and bed and breakfast. So I'm just wondering, Cabinet Secretary, whether the Welsh Government would consider assisting more local authorities and housing associations in delivering similar initiatives across Wales.
Indeed, and congratulate Merthyr Valley Homes in their innovative solutions to this. I hear members talking about the use of shipping containers. Actually, most of us live in a box of some form, some built by steel, some built by bricks and mortar, and some by sticks. It's a little bit like the Three Pigs, I think, in terms of the construction. But what we do know is about having a roof over somebody's head is absolutely important, and the affordability of that is critical too. And that's why we launched the £20 million Innovation Fund, which there are modular unit projects coming through. But I'm encouraged by Merthyr Valley Homes already taking that initiative under their belt and helping young people in your constituency.
We now turn to party spokespeople to question the Cabinet Secretary for Communities and Children. And first today is Mark Isherwood.
And of course, we must applaud the innovation coming from transfer housing associations. But 2 weeks ago here, you spoke in support of police devolution on a motion which also believed that specialist policing matters such as counter-terrorism are best coordinated at a UK level. If this was to happen, how would that work, given A, that the First Minister has called for powers equivalent to those devolved in Manchester, which are the powers of a Police and Crime Commissioner, and therefore exclude operational matters, but even if it did include operational matters, the precedent in America, France and Italy, amongst many other nations, is that you end up with 2 separate police forces at different levels, accountable to different people. So how would that work?
Well, there is a model that's already operated in Scotland where there is a counter-terrorism operation between boundaries. That is no effect for individuals in terms of the UK administration. We can see that operating in the very same way on a Wales, England, UK basis as well. I think what we've been very clear about devolution of the policing is it fits in very nicely with the services that are provided already, with the emergency services and the judicial system that we are also hoping that would be transferred to the Wales as well.
Mark, if you would.
Well, again, I'd be interested to know whether you're envisaging, as the First Minister appears to, only Police and Crime Commission powers or something more. But broadening the topic, we saw coverage last week from the anti-slavery coordinator for Wales, who'd raised concerns about the number of entry points into Wales not having checks in terms of anti-slavery and people trafficking activities, and said that this week would be a week of action by Welsh forces aimed at tackling human trafficking and modern slavery, which he said had risen by 400% in 5 years, including the children of victims. Are you able to tell us what involvement you and the Welsh Government have had in this operation, and either now or at a future date brief the Assembly on what has occurred?
I'd be very happy to update members in the Chamber at a later date in terms of details from the successful programmes that we are operating. I would also offer the services of our anti-trafficking coordinator for any members that wish to be briefed on this issue for a personal briefing or a party briefing as well, and I'd be happy for us to arrange that also. We are the only part of the UK that has invested as Welsh Government into an anti-human trafficking coordinator. I've raised this at very high levels in Westminster because while I think it's an excellent idea to have an anti-slavery coordinator, we are an island and we are only part of that island, and I think it's incumbent that Scotland and England also pursue this issue as well, and I would encourage the member to raise that with his political leadership in terms of trying to resolve this issue in England and Wales solutions.
Your predecessor worked with the UK Government on its UK anti-slavery legislation and the introduction of an officer there who does work with the anti-slavery coordinator in Wales. But sticking with the theme of children, my final question, given the 3 inequalities in particular identified in the Children's Commissioner for Wales Hidden Ambitions report, it said that young people leaving care need the same sort of opportunities, assistance and support that all parents try to give their children as they start to make their way in the world. What steps are you taking to ensure that those in social care who reach the age of 18 are still entitled to retain such care while studying A-levels? And what proposals do you have to ensure that young people who leave care continue to receive appropriate support until they reach 25? I think 2 of those 3 key calls in that report.
Indeed, we're working through that piece of work that the Children's Commissioner did. Your colleague David Melding chairs a group on looked after children for me. The advice coming from that team is invaluable in terms of shaping a different way that we are able to support children in the social care system. I am absolutely committed to making some changes in that space, and we've recently launched the St David's Award of £1 million, which will be on its way to local authorities to distribute between under 25-year-olds who, I believe, should have access to some finances for their as they grow up. I didn't badge this as we badged it as a St David's £1 million St David's Day award, but I kind of like to think of it as the bank of mum and dad, like all that we have for children, when they are able to go to a guardian or pet or kin to say, look, I want to go here tonight, like my daughter did or like your family did. These young people are so disadvantaged. We've got to support them in some way, and this is hopefully one step in the right direction to helping support a normal type of life.
Thank you. We now move to the Plaid Cymru spokesperson, Bethan Jenkins.
Cabinet Secretary, in light of this week's attack in Manchester, I thought it would be appropriate to ask what the Welsh Government is doing with regards to community cohesion. I ask in the context of a few years ago I wrote to South Wales Police asking about some of the reasons why young men in Cardiff, for example, were moving to look to extremism as a way of life, or as something that they would find solace in, and they weren't able to give me that information because it was protected. I don't think some of those issues have gone away, and I would like to understand from you what you are trying to do to work with communities to ensure that if we are finding that there are instances where they may move to extremism, that we understand why that is, and how you are working with communities to try and stop that, so that they have something to work with in their communities, as opposed to potentially feeling alienated.
I think the member raises a very important and pertinent question, and our thoughts go out to the families and individuals affected by the Manchester bombings of 2 days ago. Community cohesion is one that we take very seriously, working with the local authorities, with the police and with action groups on the ground. We have funded since 2012 8 regional community coordinators in and across Wales. The grant is around £360,000 for posts awarded for 2017-18. We shouldn't underestimate the important role that plays in the community, but it's about community ownership, and the engagement and trust is really important, so that we can get behind the scenes of where there are cases emerging of radicalisation. And I think what we've been able to do with the coordinators is to get into that space, and we will continue to fund that, particularly around this pressure point as well.
Thank you. It would be interesting to see an analysis of that, because I wanted to go on to ask about particularly at-risk groups, because we know that it may not be as simple as saying that they may have a potential political grievance or feel politically alienated that drives them to do this. It may be, as we've seen from other perpetrators of previous attacks in Europe, that they have lengthy criminal records already, often including domestic violence, and many have experienced deep poverty, which also then adds to their sense of feeling isolated. And I'm not for one moment saying that what they do is acceptable, but I think we have to try and look at those at-risk groups and try and stop them from getting to the stage where they feel that this is something that they need or want to do with their lives. So are there communities in Cardiff in those particular groups that you've identified and that you are currently working with?
Yes, and alongside the police across the whole of Wales, and indeed the UK, the intelligence-led approach about how do we look at particular groups and are able to support them in that sphere. I think the member is right to raise, although the issues of historic actions that may have had an impact on their adult lives is not always the case either. That's why the identification of radicalisation or terrorism is really difficult, because we cannot describe what a terrorist looks like. The fact is we've got to look back at some of their historic issues, and that's why some of our other programmes, which will be interrelated around tackling issues around adverse childhood experiences, sometimes will give us an indicator of a pathway of an individual taking. And this is why we're learning alongside our other agencies. There's been lots of work about why does radicalisation take place. I think there's an awful lot of work still to be done, but our intelligence services are working very hard on this.
And my third question is something that has animated my mind since Manchester, and I think that many of us here today as well, with regards to extremism, not only on the side of how we would see it, minority groups, but also from the far right groups as well, who are attacking anybody at the moment who are Muslim in our society, even before they know what the religion of that potential perpetrator is. We had a debate last week on online abuse, and we've seen a rise in those type of abuse by people who live amongst us. And quite frankly, I'm embarrassed by some of the things that I've been reading and attacking people in communities who don't deserve to be attacked, because they are no more guilty of this than any of us are. So I was wondering what you would be able to do in relation to talking to the Education Secretary about having
having discussions with her about having more education at an earlier age about how we can be respectful of one another, how we can use online media, but also in relation to terrorist activities, how we can understand what it is. For example, I studied in Aberystwyth University, and there was no course on terrorism until 9/11 happened, and they put a course on especially for us to understand what that meant and how we could understand the world stage in relation to that. I don't know if that's happening for our young people, and I think it's turning communities against one another instead of uniting our communities. So I know it's a complex issue, but how are you going about trying to unpick some of these very complex reasons for why people are taking to attacking others who have nothing to do with the awful acts that are taking place on a world stage?
Yeah, there are 2 points to the member's question, I feel. One is around the educational aspect of this, and there are and is work going on in our schools to talk and discuss with individuals around tolerance and religion, and I think that's an important factor as we move forward. It's about societies being tolerant with each other and understanding religious beliefs. Let's be very clear, and I'm with the member about this. It's abhorrent, the hatefulness that appears on social media about ill-informed individuals. Let me be very clear. Muslims aren't terrorists. Terrorists are terrorists, and that's the difference. And I think we've got to be very clear about our ambition to make sure that Wales is a welcoming place. We want to help people, we want to support people, but there's certainly no place for misinformation based on religion, on social media, or in fact in any space that we are able to have conversations.
Thank you. And finally, the UKIP spokesperson, Gareth Bennett.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I think there was welcome news recently from your colleague Leslie Griffiths about potentially including the agent of change rule in planning regulations with regard to the protection of live music. I think that's a welcome development. It's something that could help pubs that do put on live music shows. There may be other ways in which the Welsh Government can help in this area. I know you had talks with CAMRA, the Campaign for Real Ale, earlier on in the Assembly term, so I wondered what the outcome of those talks was and if you were considering any other measures to protect pubs.
Yeah, and this isn't one minister's responsibility. Indeed, after Leslie Griffiths made the announcement around the issue around music venues, I spoke to Ken Skates only yesterday about regeneration opportunities and perhaps areas of culture that we could be designated for regeneration, which often may include arts and entertainment venues. I did meet with CAMRA, and we've had some discussions within our team about what the opportunities may be in terms of a Welsh-based solution for pubs and other public realm buildings within Wales. And I hope that I'll be able to make an announcement shortly on that.
Okay, thanks for that. I'll await the announcement. Obviously, some things have been aired, some ideas have been aired by CAMRA in the past. I don't know if it's perhaps premature to ask what your thoughts are on these. One of them pertains to it's slightly crossing over portfolios, I appreciate, because it's pertaining to planning, and it's the ease with which pubs in Wales can be changed by the owners, by pub chains, from pubs into shops or flats. This is because we don't actually have a planning system like they have in Scotland, where they need express planning permission for change of use. So I wondered if that was a change you might be considering for Wales.
It's a matter for a cross-cabinet discussion, and planning will feature in the future of what we see for our public buildings. I think there are many factors which we have to have caution about too. It's not one size fits all, and whatever happens in Scotland, if you want to pick the good bits in Scotland and the good bits in Wales, you know, it's always difficult to do that. I think the issues around community right to buy, etc., or the right for a register is something that I'm looking at, but I'm cautious about protecting a building with no intent of long-term purchase, just to stem a planning application. We've just got to balance that issue out, and I think the further discussions with CAMRA may evolve following my discussions and announcements in the near future.
Okay, thanks for that. Now, I know you're also responsible for the Post Office. I was talking to, at first, FMQs last week, and the First Minister was highlighting the need for co-location, which is something we've talked about in a lot of different policy areas. I wondered if there was any possibility of encouraging pubs perhaps to co-locate with post offices, if that might be a way forward to help the viability of pubs in future.
Well, I'm sure you should take a visit with Darren Miller to his local, where you can get a pint, a stamp and a curry, all in the same place. And I did visit the pub a long time ago with the member, and I'm sure he'd like to take you, perhaps at some stage, to just show what can be done in our communities where there are opportunities.
Thank you very much. We turn to the questions on the order of paper now. Question 3, David Melding.
Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on how the Welsh Government embeds in its work the principles set out in the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child?
Thank the member for his question. Our approach is to put children's rights at the centre of our policy making. How do we do this is set out in the Children's Rights Scheme, and our compliance report provides us with an opportunity to reflect on the effectiveness of the arrangements to implement the UNCRC and amend where necessary.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary, for that. The National Participation Standards set out what children are entitled to expect from the services they are involved in. These standards, as I understand, were reviewed last year, and as a consequence, updated guidance was necessary to local authorities to improve their self-assessment. I wonder if that guidance has been issued and whether we are likely to see more best practice along the lines developed by Torfaen Council, where services that for children or interact with children must clearly set out how they consult properly with children as service users.
I will write to the member in terms of the detail of completion of that advice and whether that's gone to local authorities. I don't have that detail available for me today, but I do agree with the member that there are some great value-added aspects of this, and somewhere authorities are delivering very well, such as Torfaen Council. We should replicate that across the 22 authorities, making sure that children really are the centre of our decision-making processes, rather than just an add-on at the and retrofitting into a policy. It is an important point the member raises.
Thank you. Question 4, Mark Isherwood.
Well, how is the Welsh Government meeting the accommodation needs of gypsy and traveller communities?
The Welsh Government recently approved gypsy and traveller accommodation assessments undertaken by all Welsh local authorities, which identified the need for 237 residential and 33 transit pitches. I've allocated £26.4 million between 17 and 21 to address this, and I expect local authorities to make a swift progress on this.
Well, in January 2011, obligations to meet the needs for gypsy and traveller accommodation sites led to the grant of temporary planning permission for identified individuals for 5 years for a site in Flintshire, because of assurances made to the planning inspector by the council within such period the need will be met by Flintshire. But because it wasn't, Flintshire granted further temporary permission for 5 years in April, even though it's widely recognised the site isn't suitable as a permanent site. And then subsequently, the grant of temporary planning permission was quashed in court because Flintshire had failed to fulfil its responsibility, and Flintshire had the costs of the hearing charged against it. Given that the Housing Wales Act provisions in this respect, in terms of assessment of accommodation needs, came into effect in February 2015, and the duty to meet assessed needs and failure to comply with duty under Section 103 came into effect March 2016, what powers do you have to intervene in this instance where something's clearly gone very wrong?
I'm not able to comment on legal cases that are being pursued. However, the Housing Act of 2014 introduces new duties on local authorities to properly assess the mobile home pitch needs of gypsy and travellers, and then ensure sufficient sites are created. We are the only part of the UK that's placed a duty on local authorities to do this, and I think it's very progressive, as I learned from the Gypsy and Traveller Romany cross-party group the other week. The organisations were very positive about our interventions in this space.
Question 5 has been withdrawn, therefore question 6, Lynn Neagle.
Can the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on the role of adverse childhood experiences in driving Welsh Government policy on children?
Thank the member for Torvai for her question. We are working collaboratively across portfolios, including education, health and children and communities to improve the well-being of children and young people. Preventing and mitigating the impact of ACEs can have a significant effect to benefit families and individuals as well as the wider community.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. The Children, Young People and Education Committee recently had a useful briefing on adverse childhood experiences known as ACEs from Public Health Wales. Clearly, recognition of particular ACEs has a role to play in ensuring the best possible outcomes for our children and young people. But there are many issues that can affect a child's well-being, and it is a great concern to me that neglect is not recognised as an ACE. This is despite neglect being recognised as an ACE in North America, and despite the fact that neglect continues to be the most common reason for child protection action in Wales. What assurances can you give, Cabinet Secretary, that the focus Welsh Government is placing on ACEs will not lead to less focus on tackling neglect and other issues that will impact on a child's well-being?
Thank the member for a very important question and a supplementary that she raises with me. Can I give reassurance to the member that this isn't one or the other? This is about a holistic view about engaging young people and their families, and ACEs does provide one part of that. If we take the issue of ACEs and the balance of one of the or two of the ACEs that are considered, which is one of any physical or mental abuse, both of those possibly relate to an outcome of neglect. And I therefore wouldn't say we're not on the same page here. I think it's about definition. I would be very happy to meet with the member and that of somebody from Public Health Wales to work through this issue, to give the member reassurance that actually this isn't one area that we are neglecting. This is absolutely fundamental to making sure we can have the right benefits for young people as we move forward.
Thank you. Janet Finn-Saunders.
Diolch. Cabinet Secretary, less than 1% of Welsh NHS expenditure is targeted towards child and adolescent mental health services, yet 5,400 children and young people are referred to local primary mental health support services for assessment each year, with a further 2,355 waiting several months for their first outpatient appointment. Latest figures now show 73 children and adolescents are waiting 26 weeks and beyond for treatment. Now, at such an impressionable age, and when we talk about childhood experience, do you not agree with me that the earlier that we can get intervention and good treatment for our children, the greater outcomes are likely to be? So therefore, will you commit here today to working with the Cabinet Secretary for Health and Wellbeing to bring down these unacceptable waiting times?
I'm grateful that the member is now on board. I work with the Health Cabinet Secretary already, as well I do with all Cabinet colleagues, including the Education Cabinet Secretary. We must get upstream of some of these issues. I mean, we've got to tackle the here and now, and the mental health cases that you talk about, particularly young people, is one that troubles me too. But actually what we've got to do is get into the prevention end of this and making sure that the experiences of young people don't lead them into mental health trauma later on in life. So I would encourage the member in her questions in the future also to think about how do we collectively, how do we have a non-political view on how do we move resources from the critical end into the prevention end, because it is an important process of where we're going to be. There's only one pot of money, and we've got to get in early on to make sure the young people that she talks about isn't duly affected long-term in terms of adulthood.
Thank you. Question 7, Darren Miller.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. What action is the Cabinet Secretary taking to prevent children in Wales from suffering adverse childhood experience?
Thank the member for his question. We are committed to work across departments to ensure help to mitigate the effects of ACEs and provide support for vulnerable families in Wales. In addition, we are contributing £400,000 in 17-18 to the establishment of the Cymru Well Wales ACE Support Hub.
The Cabinet Secretary will be well aware that one of the most prevalent ACEs in Wales is that of parental separation, which can have a hugely damaging impact on children and young people. Given that, what action is the Welsh Government taking to support couples to stick together for the benefits of their children? And will you comment on what support is available, funded by the Welsh Government, in Wales at the moment?
There are many aspects of parental separation and drivers behind that, and often very complex. And what we've got to do as a collective is understand what those impacts are. That's why we're investing in Families First, in Flying Start, in educational promotion programmes, positive parenting programmes, and the ACE profiling of individuals is just one small part of the ability for complex families to move forward. Of course, I think where we can encourage parents to stay together, it's the right thing to do. But sometimes, in the best interest of the individuals and children, sometimes these things happen to take its course. But we are absolutely hoping to make some interventions in the areas which cause pressure. Employment issues around the household often cause family stress. We're looking at improving job prospects for individuals and finances, and making sure we can tackle the issues that Janet Fitzgerald has raised around mental health issues too.
Thank you. Question 8, David Melding.
What assessment has the Cabinet Secretary made of the Children's Commissioner's Hidden Ambitions report?
The £1 million St David's Fund I announced in March will support care leavers to move successfully towards independence and progresses many of the Commissioner's recommendations. The Improving Outcomes for Children Ministerial Advisory Group that you chair is leading this work.
And I very much welcome the St David's Fund. I think that is an innovative, imaginative way of improving the well-being of many looked after children's lives. I wonder how impressed you were also by the Commissioner's findings that social services, housing and education departments need to both cooperate and coordinate their work to improve the independence of care leavers, and that this work would be very much in line with the principles of the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act. And it's important we get that information across to local authorities and others.
Indeed, and the Commissioner is absolutely right to make reference to this. We see much better outcomes where social services and housing departments work together as opposed to in isolation. Otherwise, we see young people ending up in bed and breakfast or other solutions that may find appropriate within that department. I've told my team that I expect all organisations that have involvement here to have a joint-up approach to delivery of services for looked after children and children in care. And I genuinely hope that we can make this better as we move forward. But I'm sure the member, through his work, will keep the scrutiny on and keep me well informed about how that's working in practice.
Thank you. Question 9, Eluned Morgan.
Can the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on the building of new homes in Mid and West Wales?
Thank the member for a question. House building is a priority for this government, and the latest quarterly statistics suggest an increase in new homes built in Mid and West Wales compared with the previous year. This progress has been supported by Help to Buy Wales, rural housing enablers and our 20,000 affordable homes target.
The Cabinet Secretary has committed to building 20,000 new homes in Wales by 2021. And, of course, the Cabinet Secretary is aware that the affordability of homes in parts of rural Wales is a real issue. I just wonder if the Cabinet Secretary could give an assurance that Mid and West Wales, which has approximately 1/5 of the population of Wales, will get their share of that 20,000 new homes in Wales. What assurances can we give to our own constituents?
Of course, the member's right and is always an advocate for the Mid and West region that she represents. I can't give the member categorically that you will receive 1/5 of the 20,000, but what I can assure you that the products that we have in place, such as Help to Buy and the other projects that we are delivering across Wales, will be available to your constituents too. And it's an important process where we do realise that there are homes needed for people right the way, length and breadth of cross Wales.
Well, George.
Secretary, will you outline what considerations the Welsh Government has made to ensuring that planning conditions for all new homes include a requirement that fibre broadband should be installed?
I've actually had some discussions with the Planning Minister and also with some public companies to make sure we can consider this as we move forward. It is an important part of moving technology forward, and I often hear the member relate to the adequacy of broadband in his constituency also, but it is something that we are taking up with developers and RSLs.
Simon Thomas.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Affordability, of course, isn't just about buying a home or renting a home, it's also about the affordability of maintaining and being in a warm and safe home. And that's particularly true of Mid and West Wales, where a lot of homes are off-grid and don't have access to the gas grid in particular, and reliant on solid fuel or oil or imported gas. What are you doing, therefore, to ensure that the homes that you are building or encouraging to be refurbished are the highest environmental standards that both provide good environmental benefits, but also, very importantly, benefits for the tenants or owners of those homes in terms of ongoing maintenance and costs living there?
I think there's two parts to this. I think the investment that the government's made with its programmes for refurbishment have been around gas boilers and also insulation, etc., are important parts of that. But I'm really encouraged about the innovation, and I talk this through often with one of my members from the backbenchers, Jenny, regarding the energy efficiency of new homes and what and why we shouldn't be building new types of homes here in Wales rather than the traditional brick build. We should be looking for the long term, thinking about the energy conservation and the affordability of properties, and we are trying to look at that about leverage with our RSLs and our big investment of £1.2 billion and what more we can get for our money.
Question 10, Mike Hedges.
Will the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on the Supporting People programme?
Thank you. The Supporting People programme helps people avoid or overcome homelessness and live independently as possible. In recognition of this vital role, we protected the £124.4 million of funding from cuts since 2015-16.
Can I welcome the Cabinet Secretary's response and certainly the protection of the money. I would also like to highlight how helpful the programme has been within my own constituency of Swansea East. Can the Cabinet Secretary outline how benefit changes have impacted on the Supporting People programme?
Well, what we do know is that in Wales we've protected this. In England, they scrapped the Supporting People programme in terms of the ring fencing, which has a massive negative effect on individuals up and down the length of England. I've got a very progressive Supporting People sector that's currently supported by a great leader in Cymru Cymru, Katie Dalton, who's working very hard to ensure that our money invested is delivered on the ground by many of the organisations that the member alludes to, particularly in Swansea East, as he raised here today.
Susie Davis.
During the debate on Supporting People, on the Supporting People programme last year, you said that it helps to reduce unnecessary demands on the NHS, particularly speaking about mental health, as you probably remember. I think we all accept that prevention is notoriously difficult to evidence and prove, but do you have any data which may help you promote joint spending across the two portfolios and actually lever some value into that protected budget?
Of course, and I'd be happy to write to the member with some further details and examples. There are some great operating bodies across Wales that can very clearly show the investment of a small amount of Supporting People funding stream, which has multi-benefits in that way. And of course, that's how government and agencies should be thinking now in the consideration of the WFG Act, making sure that the implications of one has a positive effect on the other if we can possibly achieve that. But I will write to the member on with some more detail.
Thank you. Question 11, Jane Bryant.
Will the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on the Welsh Government's plan for regeneration in Newport?
Thank the member for Newport West. Welsh Government has an important role in working with a range of partners in supporting resilient communities in all parts of Wales. Further details of a new regeneration programme will shortly be announced, and the regeneration priorities for Newport will need to feed into those considerations.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. 2 weeks ago, I joined Newport City Homes, Gwent police officers, local residents and councillors on a walk around the recently started £7.9 million redevelopment in Pill. The improvements are long overdue, and this project will help tackle antisocial behaviour and make a real difference to those living there. These ambitious plans are as a result of work with a dedicated group of residents, including young people, retailers and the wider community working with the Housing Association. Does the Cabinet Secretary agree that putting residents at the heart of plans for regeneration from the beginning of the project through to delivery is crucial for success?
Of course, and I'm grateful for the members' involvement in that scheme. I visited Pill 3 times over the last 6 months to see what progress has been made, and it was remarkable only last week when I visited on my last occasion. The member's right to raise the issue of community involvement because it's their community and we've got to make sure that it's built in, the resilience of taking that forward for the future. And I'm encouraged by the work of all of those agencies that are involved. I've asked my team directly now to get involved in the PSB of Newport to make sure that we can have some leverage in terms of making sure we can turn that community round of Pill to make it the success as it once was and flourished in the years gone by.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. Fine, thank you. There are no topical questions being tabled today, so we move to the 90-second statements. And the first of those this week is Hugh Aranka-Davies.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. This weekend, the Year of the Eisteddfod comes to the constituency of Ogmore, to the grounds of Bridgend College's Pencoed campus. Many thousands will travel to the area from across Wales to enjoy the Festival of Welsh Language and Welsh Culture and Youth. We are very proud to be hosting the Year of the Eisteddfod, and I am very proud of the way in which my own local communities have taken this high point of the Welsh cultural calendar to their hearts. The way in which the staff and management and students of Bridgend College have worked so hard in preparation for the event, the fantastic fundraising efforts of local communities across the area, the enthusiasm and involvement of local schools, the support of local clubs and organisations, including Pencoed Rugby Club, who hosted a very successful Rugby Sevens tournament, and so many more who have worked over many months to make the Eisteddfod yr Urdd, Penabant yr Ogur, Taf ac Elai a success. In the Bridgend area, I have been pleased to see how the Welsh language has increasingly been welcomed in shops and workplaces. Those of you who haven't before visited Eisteddfod, please come and see how the whole festival works, and we hope to see you there.
Bowden.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. This weekend, the Merthyr Rising Festival will commemorate the events of May 1831, when iron workers, miners and their families rose up against the deplorable living and working conditions they had to endure. During the protest, the rebels bathed their flag in calf's blood, believed to be the first time the red flag was used as a symbol of revolution. There are still buildings and sites in Merthyr which played a significant part in the rising, not least of which is the Debtors' Court of Requests, where those in debt often face seizure of their property and belongings, plunging them into further destitution. But whilst buildings like the court are a reminder of the rising, it is the people behind it who matter most. And one of those was Richard Lewis, or Dick Penderyn as he was more commonly known. At least 28 people died during the rising, but it was for allegedly wounding a soldier that Dick Penderyn was scapegoated, brought before the courts, sentenced to death and hanged at Cardiff Jail on the 13th of August 1831, protesting his innocence to the end with his last words, O Arglwydd, dyma gamwedd, O Lord, hear his injustice. Despite a subsequent deathbed confession by the real culprit, Dick Penderyn has never been pardoned, but I'm proud to have added my name to the support for the campaign by his family to achieve this. So this weekend, we will remember Dick's legacy and the spirit of the workers of Merthyr who rose up against injustice and tyranny, paving the way for future political and social reform in Britain, and we will continue the fight for justice for Dick Penderyn.
And finally, Vicky Howells.
28th of May marks the 7th World Hunger Day. Run by the Hunger Project, this aims to raise awareness of the nearly 800 million people across the world who do not have access to enough food, and to promote sustainable solutions to hunger and poverty. Globally, hunger kills more people than AIDS, malaria and tuberculosis combined. This year's World Hunger Day takes as its theme the causes of chronic hunger. The Hunger Project states that this is a symptom of poverty and social inequality, and this is an important context in which to note the recent statistics from the Trussell Trust. As members will know, the Trust maintains a network of over 400 food banks around the UK, providing emergency food to those who find themselves in crisis, many of whom are children. New information shows that supplies provided by the Trust in the last 12 months around the UK went up by over 70,000. Here in Wales, there was a shocking 10% increase in the numbers fed by food banks. And this is before the full impact of the switch to universal credit is felt. I know firsthand the excellent work Merthyr Cynnon Food Bank does in my own constituency, and I'm happy to support them and raise awareness of their work. But when police officers and nurses are reportedly relying on food banks here in the UK, it becomes obvious that hunger is widespread and we must find a solution to this challenge, both here and abroad.
Thank you very much. Item 5 on the agenda is a statement by the Cabinet Secretary for Education, Assessment for Learning, a distinct Welsh approach, and I call on the Cabinet Secretary for Education, Kirsty Williams.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. The word dysgu means both teaching and learning. As Professor Dylan Williams of UCL has pointed out, this linguistic and cultural perspective neatly demonstrates that the quality of teaching and learning cannot be separated. Assessment for learning means that teaching is always adaptive and specific to the learner's needs and supporting raising standards for all. The recent OECD report into our education reform journey recognised that a commitment to improving the teaching and learning in our schools is visible at all levels of our education system. The report recommended that the focus of our reforms should be on developing a high-quality teaching profession, making leadership a key driver for reform, ensuring equity in learning opportunities and student well-being, and moving towards a new system of assessment, evaluation and accountability that aligns with the new 21st century curriculum. I spoke about our plans to develop leadership to the Chamber last week. Today, I want to focus on assessment, what good assessment looks like, what we have done to date, and what we will do to take forward a new assessment and evaluation framework. And, along the way, Deputy Presiding Officer, I would also like to bust a few myths about our national tests. High-quality, ongoing assessment has a crucial role in teaching, learning and in raising standards. It should be a natural and integral feature of classroom practice, and future assessment arrangements will give priority to this. We are working with schools, regional consortia, and taking the advice of international assessment experts such as Dylan William and John Hattie to ensure that there is a renewed emphasis on assessment for learning and that the learner is at the heart of our proposals. Assessment for learning is responsive teaching. It is the bridge between teaching and the way we discover whether activities and experiences in the classroom have brought about the learning that was intended. It is a powerful tool that can drive progress and raise achievement for all of our learners. Our vision is that assessment's prime purpose is to provide information that can guide decisions about how best to progress young people's learning and to report to their parents and carers on that progress. By so doing, assessment should improve learners' learning, teachers' teaching, and parents and carers' understanding. Research from across the world has shown that assessment for learning offers us an effective way to meet our goals for a high-performing education system that provides learners with the means to become lifelong learners. Learners who are given high-quality feedback, who understand where they are in their learning, where they need to go next, and crucially, how they get there, they are the most likely to make the most improvement. As you will be aware from my recent written statement, perhaps one of the most exciting developments schools will be see coming in the years ahead is the transition from traditional paper reading and numeracy tests that learners sit each year to an online adaptive personalised assessment. The new assessments will adapt the difficulty of the questions to match the response of the learners, adjusting to provide appropriate challenge for each individual. This means that all learners will be presented with questions that match and challenge their individual skills in reading and numeracy. Schools will receive high-quality, tailored information about each learner's skills that they can use as additional evidence to plan the next steps for teaching and learning. The tests will be self-marking and compatible with schools' information management systems. And teachers and learners will have high-quality, immediate and specific feedback giving them a better picture of how they can address each learner's strengths and weaknesses. There are many advantages to implementing personalised assessments, but let me be perfectly clear that the current paper tests share exactly the same purpose. There are still a few myths doing the rounds when it comes to the national tests, and I would like to take this opportunity to set the record straight. Firstly, the tests are completely different from SATs in England, where results are published and schools ranked on the basis of test scores. Our tests were implemented to support teaching and learning and were never intended to be high stakes. The test results are not used by Welsh Government to judge school performance. The key to our approach is that the focus is on what the tests tell teachers, which is then used to help shape planning for learners' next steps and to develop core skills and knowledge. We know that, at the moment, assessment for learning is not always well understood or embedded across every school, and that is why I have refocused activity to improve confidence in its use. Earlier this year, I ended the programme of external verification and outlined our intentions to put in place a programme that would maintain the original aim of improving teacher assessment, but with more focus on the needs of teachers and their professional learning. In addition, we've made changes to the reporting on the National Literacy and Numeracy Framework. Last week, schools were notified that they would only be expected to produce parental reports on the National Literacy and Numeracy Framework for English, Welsh and Maths at key stages 2 and 3, and language, literacy and communication and mathematical development during the foundation phase. Taking away the expectation of literacy and numeracy reports all the way across the curriculum will allow schools to focus efforts on literacy and numeracy development and effective curriculum planning and assessment for learning approaches. In a coherent and collective approach to raising standards and expectations, assessment and accountability is critical to our ongoing reforms and the development and delivery of the new curriculum. However, in the past, the lines between the two have often been blurred, leading to negative unintended consequences in the classroom and a lack of focus on overall standards. In the next few weeks, I will make further announcements about accountability. Taken together, these will recognise and promote high-quality teaching and learning so that we raise standards, reduce the attainment gap, and deliver an education system that is a genuine source of national pride and national confidence.
Darren Miller.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and thank you, Cabinet Secretary, for your statement and for giving me advance notice of it. I think we'd all agree in this chamber that we want to see a rigorous assessment process here in Wales, which is fair to the learner, which helps to inform teachers about how best to respond to their needs, but which also does act as a benchmarking system across the whole of Wales, so that we can compare and contrast performance both between pupils within schools and indeed compare and contrast performance between different schools as well. We know that the current system isn't perfect. There's far too much self-evaluation, if you like, within the current system, and not enough in terms of standardisation. And so that's why I was very pleased to welcome the shift to more responsive and personalised testing online when the Cabinet Secretary announced it earlier this year, and I think that that's absolutely a step in the right direction. But I will say, Cabinet Secretary, that what we must also not be afraid to do is to continue to put our children and our young people in examination-type situations with paper tests, because at the end of the day, those high-stakes paper tests that they'll be doing when they get to GCSE age and when they get to AS and A-level age, they're going to be less fazed by those if they've had lots of experience of being sat in a test-like situation. They're not going to be sat on computers doing those tests, so it's important that they have the experience of those tests both in the classroom and in the schools at different points. Now, I know that you say and you like to draw the big distinction between the SATS tests in England and the tests that we've had traditionally here in Wales, and you say that that's not something where we're going to rank schools. But at the end of the day, they do need to be things which are used to manage performance within schools and to manage local authority attention to schools and regional consortia's attention to schools if weaknesses are identified in those outcomes. And I think it's only right that the outcomes of that testing are shared with parents, because at the end of the day, parents should be empowered to be able to make decisions about which schools they want to see their children educated in. And I think that the more information they can have, including information on tests and outcomes from those tests, the better. Now, I appreciate that you can swing the pendulum too far and just use markers on things like the achievements in these sorts of tests and overemphasise them, if you like, and not consider properly other things in schools. And that's why we've been, as a party, supportive of the green, amber and red system which has been developed by the Welsh Government. And it's important that that is also a robust system. And I know, Cabinet Secretary, that you want that to be a robust system which truly reflects, in an all-round and holistic sense, the performance of schools. But let's not forget that the results that children and young people have in tests like the ones that we're talking about today, this assessment for learning, are an important indicator in terms of school performance, and we must not ignore them. We know that the OECD told us that there are many teachers at all levels who lack the skills to implement quality formative assessments and to use that assessment data to support students in their learning. And I think that it's only right to pick up on that point, and I was pleased that you made reference to the OECD and the work that they're doing to oversee some of the implementation of this work in the future. And we know also, of course, from the recent Education Workforce Council survey of the education workforce in Wales that one of the other problems we have is communicating to our teachers about the changes that are taking place here in Wales in our education system. So I wonder, Cabinet Secretary, whether you'll be able to tell us how you're going to ensure that there's an appropriate response from the teaching workforce to these new testing regimes as they're being rolled out here in Wales, what you're going to do to monitor the way that the teaching workforce is using the information in a confident way to change their practice so that they can support learners better, and what assurances you can give us as an Assembly that we're not completely ditching the paper tests in literacy, in numeracy and all those other subjects, so that our children can still be well prepared as they get on into later life to take those high-stakes tests that will come down the line.
Thank you very much, Darren, for your questions. I had hoped that the statement this afternoon would be able to help develop a broader understanding of the difference between assessment for learning, which is a crucial part of how we raise standards in our schools, and how that is a very different beast to what is accountability. The fact that the two have been melded together in the past, some of it in reality, some of it often myth and in the minds of practitioners, is why is one of the reasons why we're not making the progress we need to make. Let me be absolutely clear. We need accountability in the Welsh education system. We know from past experience what happens if that accountability is taken away. And therefore, I will continue to ensure that our schools, our LEAs and our regional consortia are held to account for their performance. But accountability measures have to be the right ones. And they do have to be, I'm afraid to say, divorced from the principles of assessment for learning. So you're absolutely right. We will continue to use the categorisation system to be able to provide a holistic view of how individual schools are performing. We will continue to develop a robust inspection regime with the publication of inspection reports via ESTIM that give parents the information that they need when looking at prospective schools for their children. And there is more we can do to improve both categorisation and, I believe, potentially in conjunction with discussions with ESTIM, how we can improve the inspection regime also. But let me be clear. Assessment for learning is not part of that accountability regime. It is simply not a robust way, to use assessment tests to judge the performance of a school. Cohorts can differ hugely. Just last week, I visited Blind and My School in Swansea. The children entering that school are significantly behind developmentally than you would expect in the Welsh population. 60% of those children are on free school meals. That is very different from a school in the same local education authority, and therefore relying simply on scores around standardised testing is not a fair way to judge. Yes, you're right. How we monitor that school is the progress that they're made. And I'm delighted that Blind and My School was recently given a good evaluation by ESTIN because of the progress they're able to make for those children. But it would not be right to use individual children's test scores to judge the performance of that school. But parents need to know.
They do. Parents
Absolutely need to know. And there is no plans to stop parents being given access to their children's test scores. It's really important as a parent, and I'm one myself whose children have sat these assessments most recently. It's really important to me and other parents to know where my child is, to have a standardised benchmark assessment to work alongside the individual teachers' assessments around my children. The paper tests will be phased out, Darren, and they will be phased out to an online adaptive system. One of the problems with the current testing is it does not take into account where a child is. We could have a child with a number of additional learning needs who sits down in front of a test, looks at the paper and can't answer the first question. That potentially is devastating to that child's confidence. The beauty of an online adaptive test is that the questions will adapt to the ability of that children to see where they are and to push them to see how much they can do. That's good news for all children because we can get a better, more accurate picture of where that child is. The idea that simply children will be completely phased if they sit down in front of an exam paper at 16 is, if I might say, fanciful, Darren. The reality is teachers in high schools prepare their children for sitting those exams with mock papers, mock exams. Those things happen, and we have to divorce the two. I think that there is professional learning needs. We do need to get self-assessment better. It's one of the weaknesses in our system. That's been acknowledged by ESTIN. That's why continued moderation is really, really important. But by moving some of the emphasis away, that gives us more time for teachers to concentrate on developing their skills in this area. And as you know, we've put aside £5.6 million in this financial year for the Consortia's professional learning funds.
Thank you. Claire Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and thank you, Cabinet Secretary, for your statement. Donaldson did say, of course, in his Successful Futures report that dissatisfaction with current assessment arrangements was one of the strongest messages that he received, so it's good to see that this is being pursued, and I'm a bit fearful of saying the word tests now after that exchange. It's been given a decent airing, so I won't pursue it too much, only to recognise, of course, what Donaldson tells us, that the frequency of tests should be kept to a minimum in view of their impact on the curriculum and teaching and learning, because the danger is that people are taught to the test and then all of a sudden you find yourself going off on a tangent and not maybe focusing on the work that needs to be done. I didn't hear you mention self-assessment and peer assessment in your statement. Clearly, they are important factors in encouraging children and young people to take greater responsibility for their own learning. I know my children have a success criteria that they adhere to when they have homework, where they have to they're given a task that they're meant to achieve. They need to understand how they're going to achieve that and then how they're going to demonstrate what they've learned from that task. So I'm sure you'll be able to tell us about the importance of self-assessment and peer assessment within this context. And teachers have their professional learning passports now. no different potentially for pupils in future. I know Donaldson mentioned e-portfolios and e-badges even to record key achievements and experiences, and I'm wondering where we're going on that, whether that's something that you're actively pursuing or not. Your statement talks of an online adaptive personalised assessment, teachers and leaders having high-quality, immediate, specific feedback. Donaldson also mentioned, of course, that we should increase the use of digital media and explore the opportunities to improve the immediacy of feedback to parents and carers. So I'm just wondering whether this could be extended to allowing parents access to some aspects of this so that they can, in real time, if you like, track the development of their children. I know many schools use inserts, whether there's a public-facing element that could be utilised in that respect. It'd be good to hear whether or what your thinking is on that front. Moving to more of an automated online system clearly has its strengths. I'm just looking for reassurance, and I'm sure you'll give it to me, that we won't take our eye off the ball in terms of continually needing to build teachers' capacity to assess, that we don't just leave it to computers. So that's certainly something that we need to be wary of. And the Children and Young People Committee clearly have been scrutinising implementation of the new curriculum. And we did hear contrasting views about the relationship between designing the curriculum and setting the assessment framework. Some people were saying, well, tell us what you want to assess and we'll design you a curriculum. And others were saying, and more rightly as well, in my view, that a purposes-driven curriculum starts with purposes and proceeds from there. Although your somewhat discombobulated, maybe, response to us in committee that it isn't a chicken or egg, that it's chicken and egg at the same time. I'm not sure whether that's possible, but I'd like you maybe to reassure us now that the sector is getting the clarity it needs about the interrelationship, which we touched on earlier somewhat actually, so that we can be confident that the assessment processes that we're moving towards are appropriate for the new curriculum and the future that we're moving towards.
Secretary.
Thank you very much, Llŷr, for those questions and observations. You're quite right. Professor Donaldson told us that the frequency of testing should be kept to a minimum, but he was also very clear in his report that external standardised testing provides important benchmarking information and should be used in combination with school tests and teacher assessments. So in no way did Donaldson say we should stop doing national tests. He saw that as part of a holistic picture of how we can develop our assessment regimes. Actually, what Professor Donaldson recommended in his report was that, and I quote, innovative approaches to assessment, including interactive approaches, should be developed. So actually, our move towards interactive online adaptive testing is in response to a recommendation that was made in that report. You're absolutely clear. If you look at pretty pictures about what assessment for learning actually looks at, one of the crucial components of that is peer review and the ability of children themselves to look critically at their own work and indeed help mark the work of their classmate alongside them. I don't know whether your children use the tickled pink green for growth method, which allows them to use pink highlighters to highlight the good bits, and then you use a green highlighter to identify the bits that maybe need to grow and need to be improved. But it's a very important part of a strategy of developing that self-critique and the ability to identify. The other, but there's many innovative ways of using it. Wrong answers, for instance. We focus, if a class is getting the answer right all of the time, who's learning? Sometimes we need to get things wrong to identify what is it that led us to give that answer, to reflect on that. So there's lots and lots of different approaches, but the ability to engage children in that, not simply have their work marked by a teacher, or reported on by a teacher, but actually to be able to look critically at their own work and that of others is crucially important. You talked about professional learning passports. There is absolutely a role for the professional learning passport, but I think we can do it better than what we've got at the moment. I don't think it is in its optimum state to really get teachers to engage with it. But for children's sake, many schools employ strategies for compiling e-portfolios. Only this morning I was discussing with the head teacher the use of building blocks, which is an app developed by a Senedd company. And they use that to capture and record work. It allows people to reflect on that, share it with other classmates, to have a look at, be able to send it home. So I'm looking at what more we can do to use that kind of technology in our learning. One of the significant improvements I hope that online adaptive testing will bring to us, Claire, is more timely responses. You will know, like I will, that the tests were sat by our children a number of weeks ago. But I don't know about schools in your area or indeed in Darren, but I probably will get my children's test on the last week of term. The last week of term, where there is little time to go into school and have a discussion with the teacher. And then the summer holidays comes and the momentum around that is lost. So one of the benefits of moving to this system is that you will have instantaneous results. So and schools will be able to do it at times of the year that best suit them and their children. And I think so I'm hoping that one of the benefits of moving to this gives us greater flexibility and will allow for greater parental engagement in discussing test results with their schools. And that is crucial. We know, after the quality of the teacher in the classroom, parental engagement in your child's education is the second most important factor. And we have to find new and innovative ways to encourage parents to be engaged in their children's education. And again, I think digitally, because let's face it, how many school dates do you see outside and everybody's on their smartphones? Digitally, I think, is one way in which we can increase those conversations between schools and parents about their children's learning. We do need to do more in terms of professional learning to support teachers' skills in assessment for learning. As I said in my statement, and acknowledged in my statement, it is not as embedded and as universal as I would like it to be. And this will continue some of the ongoing conversations we have with regional consortia around professional learning. What comes first? What comes first, and how do we assess a new curriculum? One of the lessons I think that we have learnt from Scotland is that they developed their curriculum and then thought about the assessment later. And that's been one of the problems that I think the Scottish education system has suffered from. So we are looking at assessment and evaluation as we develop the curriculum, so that we are mindful of the fact that we, yes, need to have purpose-based, but also are mindful about how will we assess for that? How will we test for that as we develop it? So yeah, you'll be aware that that work is ongoing in conjunction with the work on the AOLEs, because I think if we leave it till the end and have it as an add-on, we will defeat the purpose of what assessment is about. And I go back to my statement. Assessment shouldn't be an add-on. It should be an integral part of teachers' practice in the classroom.
And finally, Michelle Brown.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and thank you for your statement, Cabinet Secretary. Whilst I support the use of the latest technology in the classroom, it must always remain in a way that improves the education for the child and doesn't simply ease the teacher's workload. The answer to overworked teachers should always be more teachers, not more computers. There is no substitute for the praise of a teacher who is respected and liked by their pupils, and a computer can never give the encouragement that a teacher can. On the one hand, we are telling parents it's a bad idea for their children to spend too much time in front of their iPads and laptops, but when it suits us, we encourage it in the classroom. By increasing the use of computers for assessment, we are downgrading the status of teachers and encouraging isolation in the classroom when we should be fostering interaction. An apple was only ever meant to be a gift for the teacher, not a replacement for them. I welcome that the Cabinet Secretary values personalised assessment, but I certainly would question whether this is a new thing that the statement infers. Surely teachers assess pupils in terms of each child or young person's individual development on an ongoing basis already. Surely they've been doing this since the profession began. As regards the Cabinet Secretary's attempt to differentiate the tests that school pupils in England and Wales sit, I'd say that it's irrelevant to the child what the school or anybody else will do with those results. A test is a test is a test from the point of view of the person sitting it. So I would like to ask the Cabinet Secretary what thoughts she has had on making sure children remain primarily educated by humans rather than programmers, Would it be sensible to propose some kind of monitoring of the amount of time pupils spend working and being assessed via computer? And have you asked the young people and their parents for their thoughts on the increasing Androidisation of their education? Thank you.
Cabinet Secretary.
Can I thank Michelle for her questions? Let me be absolutely clear for the member and for the chamber. This is not about replacing teachers with computers. It is about being able to supply teachers with instantaneous, good quality information about the abilities of an individual child. Something that at the moment we do it in one way, but I think we can improve upon it. As I've said in my statement, the purpose of these tests is absolutely about the child. It's about having the information that we need for teachers and parents to assess how we'd help that child to develop more. The fact that actually it reduces workload on teachers, gives us better quality information in a better time frame, are some of the other reasons why this is the good thing to do. But I try and judge myself in everything that I do, Michelle, on the basis of the mantra, child first and always. And I judge that moving to these systems is better for individual children in Wales. Now, we are all concerned about screen time for children and the impact on digital technology on children's lives. We spent a great deal of time last week in this chamber debating that. We all acknowledge that there are disbenefits and benefits, but let me be clear, this is a test over a short period of time that probably most schools will decide to do only once a year. This is not sitting children in front of a screen for hours and hours and hours. And I would reiterate again, this is not about replacing teachers with the computers. This is allowing us to harness the power of new technology to help teachers do even better for the children in their classroom.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. We now move on to item 6, which is a statement by the Council-General, consultation on the Welsh Government Prosecution Code. And I call on the Council-General, Mick Anthony.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. The Welsh Government takes the enforcement of animal welfare, food production and fisheries rules and laws very seriously. Over the past 9 years, marine enforcement officers acting on behalf of the Welsh Ministers have investigated infringements of fisheries laws in our waters, leading to 38 successful prosecutions, including 11 last year. We've also taken enforcement action which has in some cases involved taking a prosecution concerning breaches of legislation to control the spread of TB and TSE, to govern the handling of animal byproducts, to regulate the marketing of horticultural products and the production of eggs for human consumption. Our prosecution responsibilities also involve social care, childcare and independent health care. In all areas, we are committed to fair and effective prosecution as a way of maintaining law and order, protecting individuals, the public and our resources, and ensuring that we all live in a safe and just society. We also recognise that every prosecution has serious implications for all involved, including witnesses and defendants. And when the Welsh Government takes forward prosecutions, it is important that the public has confidence in our actions, and a major part of that is explaining how we have made decisions and how we support justice. For that reason, I am pleased today to launch a consultation on the proposed Welsh Government Prosecution Code. Responsibility for prosecution decisions in the Welsh Government rests with me as the Council-General, unless prosecution decisions are explicitly restricted to the Welsh Ministers by the relevant statutory provisions. How I take those prosecution decisions is set out in the Ministerial Code. So I must exercise prosecution functions vested in me independently of the Welsh Government, and other members of the Government must not become involved. Where I institute proceedings, defend or appear in legal proceedings relating to the functions of the Welsh Ministers, then again I must act independently of government. There are occasions when the function of prosecutor rests with the First Minister or one of the Welsh Ministers. The Ministerial Code requires a liaison with me so that I may provide advice on the prosecution decision as the law officer. But in each and every case, I need to base my advice and exercise my decisions by considering whether the case is suitable for prosecution. And I do that by reference to a prosecution code. And currently I use the Crown Prosecution Service Code for Crown Prosecutors, which requires consideration of the full code test. The test has two distinct stages, firstly the evidential stage and secondly the public interest stage. The evidential stage requires prosecutors to be satisfied that there is sufficient evidence to provide a realistic prospect of conviction against each suspect for each offence. The public interest stage requires prosecutors to go on and consider whether a prosecution is required in the public interest. Now, the CPS Code sets out a number of factors for prosecutors to consider when deciding on the public interest. The CPS Code, however, was developed primarily for use in relation to mainstream criminal offences. It therefore takes into account the type of prosecutions that are commenced by the CPS and the police. There are also parts of the CPS Code which do not apply to the Welsh Government. So in the light of this, and coupled with the fact that the Welsh Government's prosecution functions continue to grow, it is my view that it is appropriate for the Welsh Government to develop and follow its own prosecution code. The proposed Welsh Government prosecution code will therefore provide guidance to prosecutors on the principles to be applied when making decisions about Welsh Government prosecutions. To be clear, the proposed code is based on the existing CPS code, but it has been adapted to take Welsh Government prosecution functions into account. Therefore, the proposed code does not include all of the matters that are contained in the CPS code. For example, the code does not include the threshold test, which applies in respect of custody cases. Our code does not, however, include special public interest factors to relate to Welsh Government prosecutions. For example, prosecutors will need to consider the impact of any offending on the environment. The greater the impact of the offending on the environment, the more likely it is that a prosecution is required. And prosecutors will need to consider whether there is an element of danger to the health or safety of the public. The proposed code also sets out my general power to commence prosecutions under the Government of Wales Act 2006. So, as I have stated earlier, the decision to prosecute is a serious step. The proposed code is intended to ensure that a fair and consistent decisions about prosecutions are made within the Welsh Government. Before I issue the code, I wish to give stakeholders and members of the public the opportunity to comment and provide their views, and this will enable me to issue a Welsh Government prosecution code which is clear, accessible and fit for purpose.
Thank you very much. David Melding.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and can I thank the Consul-General for his statement. The proper enforcement of animal welfare, food production and fisheries law is very important, and these are serious responsibilities. And of course, with the effective enforcement, self and natural compliance is increased, and that presumably is the objective of what we want. These powers have been held by the Welsh Government for some time, but as we produce more law, we are also creating new enforcement responsibilities, for example, those in the recent Public Health Bill. And in this area, I do think the reference to the evidence base is important, because many of these offences will actually, the evidence for them, or the potential evidence, will be gathered by people other than police officers. And I wonder if the Consul-General listened to the debate on the Public Health Bill at Stage 3, when all the opposition parties backed an amendment, for example, on stating clearly the human rights responsibilities of enforcement officers. These officers aren't necessarily even in the public sector, but at least in that particular law, the Public Health Bill, that in the end was clarified that they would be local authority employees. But to have a clear statement in law of human rights obligations is surely important when we gather evidence. We at the moment rely on pace and general principles scattered about the statute book, rather than expressing it clearly in the law that we are passing. And I wonder if he is worried about the implications for meeting human rights obligations, which of course is one of the general prosecution principles set out in his proposed code under section 11. So it is something I think that we need to pay particular attention to, and it's only by exercising our responsibilities properly there that we will give people full confidence that the law is being enforced with rigour, but also with all appropriate fairness on the individuals, organisations concerned, and particularly in reference to human rights. I'd also like to know if he has made any, he hinted that these responsibilities are growing, but has he made any assessment of the likely increase in prosecution and enforcement activity that will now occur as Welsh law becomes more and more distinct, and what sort of capacity does the Welsh Government have to meet those responsibilities? It's the current department he heads. Does it have the required capacity to exercise these functions in the future? But I do think this is a welcome statement, and it's brought attention to an area that is perhaps on our learning curve, but I suspect it will become more and more important in the future.
Councillor General.
Firstly, I thank the member for the, I think, the very important points and very thoughtful points that have been, that he has made. And of course, he's absolutely correct about the points that are raised actually in the draft principles with regard to human rights. And this code, although it has considerable similarities to the CPS code, we did decide that because of the growth of responsibilities and the growth of prosecution responsibilities in particular, that we did need to have a Welsh code that actually reflected, I think, the nuances and some of the emphases, particularly arising from Welsh legislation. So, as well as that particular point, the point that we made about the particular issues of impact on the environment, because many of our powers relate to things like environment and like food and agriculture and so on. But he's absolutely right also that, of course, that those powers are extending into a whole range of other areas as well. And we need to ensure that not only is the code effective, but that the way in which it is applied is robust. I think the point you were beginning to, the members that you were beginning to get towards was the issue as to whether at some stage in the future there would need to be a Welsh prosecution service as opposed to the existing arrangements. That isn't something that is intended at the moment, but it is not off the radar. It's one of those things that particularly in the sort of current climate, as more powers come, as we increase legislation, as the Welsh Criminal Code effectively becomes more significant, that we have to have considerable regard to. And of course, all the points about the quality of evidence, the robustness of evidence, and the way in which we define the public interest, which is set out in detail in the guide, are indeed very important. I think the other point is made, of course, is that there are other bodies, of course, within Wales. Local authorities, as he's mentioned, are traditionally prosecuting bodies, very similar powers in respect to the health and safety executive in areas within their jurisdiction. And, of course, although they have their own code, I think we would hope over a period of time that the reliance on the Welsh code will become the basis for that. But there is obviously a lot happening, a lot in flux. I think you mentioned also the issue of how we're going to assess the increase. Well, I think what we've started doing is to look at the numbers of cases we've really had over the past number of years, how they're increasing, where they might increase, what the challenges are for the enforcement officers, and the issues there with the equipment they need, their own security, and so on within certain circumstances. That was something that I was very aware of when I went to see some of the environment protection officers in West Wales. Where they raised issues of needing the body camera cameras and so on, which would be considerable assistance, I understand, are now being implemented. So all those are under review. It is something that I've been focusing my attention on with the points in mind that the member has made, and it will be my intention in due course to make further statements on the record, on the numbers of prosecutions, where they're taking, and also so there's the greatest possible transparency.
Thank you. Di Lloyd.
Thank you, DPO. Can I welcome this statement from the Council General for Wales, and also to welcome the general direction of travel, as it were, in developing Welsh Government's prosecution codes, and this consultation is very much welcome. And as David Melding has already alluded to, we are talking about serious matters here in terms of animal welfare, food production and fisheries, rules and laws that need to be taken seriously. So there are just a couple of questions and issues arise. We have the number there for successful prosecutions. I was just wondering how many prosecutions were considered but then not brought forward, in other words, not captured by those figures. In other words, how realistic a prospect is it of a prosecution resulting from offending, in other words, in terms of, so we have the 38 successful prosecutions, but have we got a handle on exactly how much potential offending in these fields was actually going on? Following on from that, could the Council General for Wales confirm that we do have the legal tools at the disposal of Wales at the moment to enforce Welsh laws? And the third point is, obviously, policing and the courts are not devolved to Wales, and the Council General has mentioned that in passing as regards the general point about UK CPS codes. Bearing that in mind, that policing and enforcement are not devolved, and in fact we're losing some enforcement issues with the new Wales Act, is there a danger that the UK Government's codes will supersede the Welsh Government's prosecution code in actual practice? That being the case, I'm looking for reassurance there, really. And in terms of, well, not really a philosophical debate, but in terms of momentous potential decisions happening, I'm talking about the interface with things, interface between this prosecution codes and, say, matters pertaining to the Great Repeal Bill as regards the devolved powers we have in agriculture and fisheries, which are in this place now. We face losing them unless, obviously, there's universal approval of the continuation bill that this Assembly has passed to make sure that we don't lose those European powers in the devolved fields that we have now. So I'm looking for further reassurance from the Council Generally that that interface is something that we're keeping an eye on, and obviously keeping our hands on those powers that we have now. Thank you.
Thank you. Council General.
Well, thank you there. And again, you raise a number of important cases. At the moment, the prosecution decisions are taken by me. So the evidence will be before me. Where there are specialist areas, there will be analysis by agents and lawyers who are specialists in those areas. And then the decision ultimately is for me as to whether the prosecution takes place or not. You raise an important point in terms of how many cases are there where decisions have not been taken. That isn't an area I have sufficient information on, but it is an important area. I think at this stage, where we are is that the number of prosecutions is relatively small, and I think where a decision is taken, I think the success rate has been extremely high. Is one of the things I wanted to look at. The point you raised, and the very important one, of course, this is a changing scenario within the whole area of legal jurisdiction, and that is interlinked in some way. And of course, we want to make sure that where we are passing laws, that there is the capacity to properly investigate, to properly enforce the laws. Otherwise, those laws have little status and little value. At the moment, I'm confident that that is the case. One of the reasons for actually bringing this statement and this code before the Assembly is actually to inform members of what is actually happening within that area, what we actually do, the prosecution powers that the Welsh Government does have or that the Council General actually has and how they're used, and to make those more transparent and I think more accountable in terms of what we are actually doing. So I envisage sort of further information on this over a period of time. And of course, the member will be aware that, of course, as we pass more legislation, we actually increase those particular areas. I'm satisfied that we have those legal tools, and I'm satisfied that we have the skills. One of the first things I became acquainted with and became an expert in was the 2012 scallop dredging regulations and many other similar pieces of legislation that we have that sort of sound amusing on the face of it, but are incredibly important and involve quite serious criminal activity. So the prosecutions that have taken place have been very important, and some of them in terms of food protection. I think one I did report on, resulted in one person receiving a fine of just under £3,000, but another person receiving an 18-month suspended prison sentence, and action under the Proceeds of Crime Act amounting to over £250,000. So, these are very serious areas. There's also an important point in terms of the fact that we do liaise with the police, that the enforcement officers, where appropriate, have that level of engagement, and that is also very important because there are crossovers between some of the offences that occur in respect of Welsh laws, but also other areas of criminal activity. So that is something that's important. Do I worry about applying the UK code as opposed to our code? Well, no. The only code I will apply will be ultimately the Welsh Prosecution Code. I obviously work on the environment that exists at the moment, but of course, once the consultation has been concluded and once a code has been finalised after considering all those representations, then that will be the code that I actually apply and am held to. And in respect of Brexit losing powers, well, of course, the position of the Welsh Government is against any diminution of those particular powers. Stand very strongly by that. We will be monitoring very, very closely all the issues that arise in respect of Brexit and any implications that will arise from that. At this stage, it is too early to be more precise than that about that, only that a very valid point and one that, of course, I'm looking at very closely.
Thank you very much, Counsel General. Item 7 on the agenda is debate on the individual members' understanding order 11.21 has been postponed until the 14th of June. And therefore, we move to item 8, which is the Welsh Conservatives' debate on the Welsh economy. And I call on Russell George to move the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I would like to move the motion in the name of Paul Davis. The aim of our motion is to welcome the economic boost to the Welsh economy, which will be delivered by the Prime Minister's commitment to scrapping the tolls on the Severn crossing, and calls for the Welsh Government to recognise the need to address the regional disparity in economic prosperity which still exists within Wales through both a North Wales and Mid Wales growth deal. Firstly, Deputy Presiding Officer, there is consensus from across the Chamber in support for the abolition of the tolls on the Severn crossing. The tolls on both Severn crossings are, I believe, an economic and symbolic barrier to Wales, which is why I'm delighted, of course, that the Prime Minister has made this commitment, a move which is estimated to boost the economy of South Wales by around £100 million a year. And this decision shows, of course, the rest of the world that Wales is open for business. The motion also calls for a recognition of the need for a North Wales growth deal and a Mid Wales growth deal for the future prosperity of both regions. And I would like to focus my remarks on this. And I'm aware that other members hope to be called to focus on other areas of our motion. North Wales has the combination of assets to be a thriving region of our nation. Its geographical location not only makes it uniquely beautiful for Welsh tourism, second only, of course, to my Montgomeryshire constituency, but it has a prime position for developing economic links with Ireland and cities like Birmingham, Liverpool and Manchester. And Manchester, as of course we're all aware, a city and a community which has shown in the last few days a great resilient and a true credit, I think, to the rest of the United Kingdom, and through its spirit and resolve in the face of an horrendous terrorist attack. And of course our thoughts remain with the victims and families who were involved in those shocking events. Deputy Presiding Officer, the fact of the matter is, I think, that 1 million people of working age living either side of the border, rather than looking south to Cardiff, the people and businesses of North and Mid Wales tend to look east towards Manchester, Liverpool and the Midlands. As a result of cross-border movement, it's a routine fact of life, and the border, I don't believe, should be an economic barrier. On the contrary, the North Wales economy will undoubtedly benefit heavily from the prosperity and growth in the north of England, offering employment and business opportunities for people in the North Wales region. And this close economic alignment, I think, makes it incredibly important to ensure that cross-border collaboration takes place on the delivery of transport infrastructure projects, and regional transport authorities would go some way, I think, in ensuring that infrastructure priorities are set at regional level. So I think it is vital, therefore, that the Welsh Government not only strengthens the transport infrastructure surrounding the A55 corridor, but that it goes further in building a stronger working relationship both with the UK Government's Department for Transport and Transport for the North, in order to cement North Wales as an intrinsic part of this exciting new economic region. And finally, Deputy Presiding Officer, I would also like to refer to the importance of developing a similar regional deal for Mid Wales. I do believe that a Mid Wales growth deal would go some way in driving an increase in productivity and social mobility in Mid Wales. When I recently visited Lake Vyrnwy Hotel in my Montgomeryshire constituency to discuss their plans for the future, it was clear that more investment in marketing Mid Wales as a specific tourist destination, investment in transport networks and creating a world-class telecommunications infrastructure is desperately needed as part of a Mid Wales growth deal to create a thriving Mid Wales economy. Mid Wales, which is a viable place to do business, ensuring that key sectors such as tourism and agriculture are plugged into the Midlands engine. So in order for the region to reach its potential, the Welsh Government must also devolve economic levers, I think, to Mid Wales as well as North Wales. And I see a Mid Wales growth deal as the best way forward in conferring powers, greater powers to Mid Wales, a crucial and necessary step to regenerating the Mid Wales economy, to deliver a Mid Wales specific solution aimed at inspiring locally led economic growth. So I commend our motion this afternoon to the Assembly, and I look forward to other members' contribution over the next hour.
Thank you. I have selected the four amendments to the motion. If Amendment 1 is agreed, Amendment 2 will be deselected, and I call on the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Infrastructure to move formally Amendment 1, tabled in the name of Jane Hutt. Formally, thank you. Call on Di Lloyd to move Amendments 2, 3 and 4, tabled in the name of Rhyn ap Iorwerth. Di.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. And as you've already referred, I'm pleased to stand here and move the amendment in the name of Rhyn ap Iorwerth. Now, Plaid Cymru believes that the tolls on the 7 crossings should be abolished, and we've been saying that for many years, and ensure the devolution of powers to allow these bridges to be managed by this Assembly. After all, this is the driver of £100 million for the Welsh economy, and we want control over this issue as well. The tolls on other bridges have already been abolished. We know about the bridge over the Humber River in England, and there was a significant cost related to that. The tolls of the bridge of the River Skye in Scotland have also been abolished, and more recent bridges which stand high across a river, such as Britain Ferry Bridge in my region. There are no tolls on that bridge. And not that I'm suggesting that we need tolls on that bridge, but the fact is there are some bridges with the M4 going over them, with tolls on them, and other bridges that don't have any tolls on them. And over the years, going back to the Severn Bridge, or 7 crossings, we've paid over and over again, as taxpayers and users of these crossings, under the old PFI agreement for the 7 crossings. That's an injustice that continues to hurt many people. And while we are talking about this, one of our amendments calls on the Welsh Government to campaign and to consult with Pembrokeshire County Council to abolish tolls on the Cleddau Bridge as well. We're getting rid of one lot of tolls. We might as well abolish the tolls on the Cleddau Bridge as well. The same arguments exist for driving or giving an economic accelerator to that region as well, which stems from the abolition of tolls. That's all true for the Cleddau River as well as South Wales in terms of abolishing the Severn Bridge tolls. But as well as getting rid of the tolls, we need to invest in infrastructure to give a significant boost to our economy and create jobs for our young people. That's the basis of our amendments for the electrification of North Wales coastline and the South Wales main line. I've been talking about this for more than 10 years now. As well as this, we need to electrify the Valleys lines and the North Wales coastline. We're still waiting for that, and that's the basis of another of our amendments. And I'd be pleased if people could support those as well. And finally, we're still waiting for the UK government to come to a positive decision on funding the Swansea Bay Tidal Lagoon. The arguments have been won, and every party here supports the idea, this innovative idea. What about having a positive decision to boost the Welsh economy? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nick Ramsey.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'm pleased to support this motion, and in my contribution I'd like to focus on the first part of the Welsh Concerted motion relating to the 7 crossings. The Prime Minister's commitment to scrap tolls on the 7 crossing is potentially a game changer for the Welsh economy, delivering, as Di Lloyd referred to, a £100 million boost potentially. It's also a very exciting prospect for my constituents in Monmouthshire, which has close cross-border links with the south-west of England and Bristol in particular, links which have been hampered, suppressed by the tolls for far too long. Of course, as we all know, the tolls were part of the original agreement with the company that built the second crossing, opened in 1996, 21 years ago now, Severn River Crossings plc, and designed initially to cover the cost of construction and maintenance for the new bridge and the existing Severn Bridge. But it is the imminent expiry of that agreement which now allows the bridges to come into public ownership, or for the new bridge to come into public ownership and for the original bridge to revert to public ownership. Of course, One of the obvious questions has been who will now fund the maintenance of the bridges, so we welcome the confirmation that funding will be absorbed into overall maintenance costs for the M4 motorway. A 2012 report estimated that removing the tolls would boost productivity by the order of 0.48% and increase the gross value added of South Wales by around £107 million. And we know the problems Wales has had with GVA. We've mentioned it many times in this chamber. The Welsh Government don't like us talking about the GVA figures, particularly in South Wales and the valleys. So we do know what problems there have been with GVA. So this decision by the, or proposed decision by the UK Government must be welcomed by all parties in this chamber. Back in my constituency, in my corner of Wales, in Monmouthshire County Council has also noted the potential increase in tourism that the removal of tolls could facilitate. Councillor Bob Greenland, Cabinet Member for Innovation, Enterprise and Leisure, has cited survey evidence that suggests 22% of residents said they would expect to make trips to Wales in the next 12 months if the tolls were removed. And when you consider that tourism was worth £187 million or thereabouts to the Monmouthshire economy in 2015, you realise just what that increase potentially means for people living in my corner of Wales and for the wider South Wales economy. Now, of course, scrapping the tolls has received massive cross-party support. In a symbolic vote in this Assembly held back in November 2016, the abolition of the tolls was unanimously supported. So we do now need the Welsh Government to work closely with the UK Government to deliver the full benefits of this policy. And we often talk about the need for the UK Government and the Welsh Government to work closely together. And this is a situation where that close working relationship can really deliver benefits for South Wales and the Welsh economy in general. Other members of my group, and indeed other members of the Assembly, will speak, I'm sure, on the benefits of the North Wales Growth Deal and other parts of Wales. But I would point out, as Di Lloyd referred to, that there are other bridges in Wales. I think you mentioned the Cleddau Bridge, which are currently run for profit. So we believe that the Welsh Government should look at ways of reducing this burden to the economy in the future, so that all parts of Wales, not just South East Wales, can benefit from toll-free travel. And it's all well and good for the Welsh Government and other parties indeed to talk about the need to reduce profit where it comes to the 7 crossings, but what about those other bridges? We look across to Milford Haven, we look across to other parts of Wales. What about spreading the benefits of that fairness of scrapping tolls to other parts of Wales? And I can see the Cabinet Secretary grinning over there, but I think this requires more than grinning. It requires action from the Welsh Government. You have a very nice grin, Alan, but unfortunately it's not enough to deliver a full economic regeneration across Wales, no matter how much you sometimes think it is. For now, let us welcome the UK Government's commitment to abolish the tolls on the 7 crossings and look at ways that Alan Davies, the Minister, and the other ministers can work with the UK Government to support the delivery of this policy and work to maximise the full economic benefits to Wales now and in the future.
Thank you very much. Jane Bryant.
Thank you, Deputy Llywydd. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in this debate. As someone who lives in Newport, I know firsthand how important this issue is over many, many years. The excessive 7 tolls have been charged to people making essential journeys and are a tax on Welsh businesses and commuters. For years, the Tories have ignored the pleas of businesses and commuters on both sides of the bridges to scrap this tax in Wales. I have examples of constituents who had to turn down job offers because of the cost of the tolls, which equates to nearly an hour working on the minimum wage. The 7 crossings are a crucial transport and economic infrastructure part of the M4 corridor. For South Wales, it's the gateway to Wales. The Welsh Labour Government have been clear on the importance to the Welsh economy of scrapping the tolls. And as far back as 2012, a Welsh Government report found that it would boost productivity by over £100 million a year. And that fell on deaf ears in the UK Government. While I very much welcome the Tories agree with Labour policy to scrap the tolls, it's vital that we look strategically at the implications. The first is the repercussions for traffic management in the local area. The Welsh Government report found that if the tolls were scrapped, there would be an estimated 12% equivalent to about 11,000 vehicles a day to increase in traffic volumes. This impact will have a major effect on congestion in Newport, especially in the Brynglas tunnels. Already an estimated 80,000 vehicles use the crossing every day, and any increase on this makes the solution to the congestion at the Brynglas tunnels even more critical, and I know that the Cabinet Secretary recognises the importance of this. The second point is the effect that this will have on house prices in Newport and the surrounding areas. The Bristol house market is booming, with the average house price hovering around £290,000. In Newport, the average house price is £170,000. Newport is a fantastic place to live and visit. It has lots of wonderful parks, green spaces, a range of historical sites, and it's been boosted by the redevelopment of the city centre in Friars Walk. It has excellent transport links and a strong community spirit. The combination of cheaper house prices, the tolls being scrapped, and the attraction of Newport as a place to live, we could see a surge in people moving from Bristol to Newport. This will have a dramatic effect on local house prices. Indeed, there's already evidence that parts of Monmouthshire in close proximity to the bridges have experienced a spike in prices. This, of course, is fantastic news for local homeowners, but we must be mindful and careful that local people, particularly young people, aren't priced out of buying a house in the area they grew up in. Although Newport City Council and the Welsh Government are doing their best, there are still not enough affordable homes in Newport. A surge in house prices over a relatively short period of time could exacerbate this situation. And finally, while I very much welcome the Tories' epiphany moment on this, some may say it's cynical electioneering with another U-turn, the Tory UK government has been dragging their feet for far too long. Some members here are very new to the issue, and I'd like to pay tribute to Labour members in particular over many years who've campaigned on this issue, particularly John Griffiths, Paul Flynn, Jessica Morden and Rosemary Butler. Go on, I'll take an intervention now, I've got time.
Would you accept that in the Conservative, in Theresa May's manifesto, she made an absolute clear commitment on the Severn crossing? For the Labour, in Jeremy Corbyn's manifesto, all that was said in there was that there was a light, we'll try and work with the Welsh Government.
Well, I don't think that...
Don't you accept there's a much more firmer cast-iron guarantee commitment in Theresa May's manifesto?
I don't think that that's something you were saying only a few months ago. In fact, I even read a quote from you a few months ago where you'd reduced the prices quite an arbitrary figure, I think, came out of thin air. And another U-turn, I'm not quite sure that the public will believe that. Anyway, while they're not alone, I think it's only fair and right to recognise that the long-standing record of members, as I said, like John Griffiths, Rosemary Butler, Paul Flynn and Jessica Morden, who've worked hard for many years on their long-standing and unwavering commitment to scrap the tolls.
Thank you. Neil Hamilton.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Of course, I'm old enough to remember the days before the bridge when we drove across in the coracle, as it seems to me in retrospect now. And I well remember the official opening ceremony of the bridge itself, and I can welcome this conversion of my Conservative friends on this issue. It's only a matter of months since, of course, they were raising all sorts of pettifogging objections to the policy which they now espouse. And as the Minister for Lifelong Learning from a sedentary position has perspicaciously and mischievously observed, the Conservative Party has now been converted to nationalisation as a principle. I'm not quite so sure that that is something which I would welcome, but nevertheless just goes to show how fluid politics is today. This, of course, is just the latest U-turn to be found at the hands of Theresa May, who's Theresa May one day, maybe Theresa May not the next. But in the case of the social care changes announced recently, indeed the general election that we're now having is itself a U-turn, because it wasn't so long ago that she was saying we can't possibly have one until 2020, totally unnecessary, but now it is. But nevertheless, we welcome the sinner that repenteth, and it is, of course, going to be a very, very good thing for South Wales to remove those tolls and the time delays which are involved in paying them. As we know, South Wales, and particularly South West Wales, in my region of Mid and West Wales, has some of the poorest parts of Western Europe, and with a GVA in Wales of only 75% of the national average, UK average, clearly something has to be done. The Welsh Government has only limited powers, economic powers, to improve the state of the economy in Wales. Not having the power to vary corporation tax is a significant restriction, obviously, on its power to do good. And the removal of these infrastructure inhibitions upon doing prosperous business in Wales is vitally important to changing the economic background that we've lived with all our lives, and the depressing nature of the economy in some of the more depressed parts of the country. So this is a bright gleam in the gloom, and I'm sure that it will be welcomed on all sides. I don't know where it leaves Russell George, who so effectively advanced the case for this in his speech, whereas a few months ago he was the voice of caution about how it was all going to be paid for, and what about the traffic volumes and impact, as Jane Bryant has spoken about so eloquently a moment ago. That's all now evaporated in the spring sunshine. I'll give it to you.
You may recall there was a vote on this, and this group here supported in favour of the motion that you put forward on this.
Well, I have the record in my hand, and the general rule is that your vote should follow your voice. And in that debate, I think there was a certain amount of variation between the two. It may well be that the Conservative group has been infected by a defection in recent weeks. If so, that's only to be welcomed, because there may be other changes to come in due course, no doubt. But it is of vital importance to the economy of the whole of South Wales, and the links that were mentioned between Bristol, in Nick Ramsey's speech, between Bristol and Monmouthshire are very important. It's very important for the future that we develop those and we don't isolate ourselves across this side of the Severn Bridge, which is one of the reasons why I think political independence for Wales would be such a disaster. If we had a hard border all the way down Offers Dyke, then that, of course, would negate a great deal of the advantages which will come from the removal of the tolls. We hear a lot from Plaid Cymru on the doom and gloom which is likely to arise from a hard Brexit, but a hard exit would be far, far worse, given that the Welsh economy depends far, far more on the economy of the United Kingdom than it does on the European Union. So I warmly support this motion by the Welsh Conservatives this afternoon. I suppose that's a reciprocation for their support for the UKIP motion in these terms that Russell George referred to a moment ago, which we had in the debate in this chamber only a few months ago.
Mark Reckers.
Not only did the Conservative group support my motion in November 2016 to scrap the tolls following their return to the public sector, but a Conservative government in 1992, of which I think the previous member may have been a minister, legislated for those tolls to be scrapped following the return of those bridges to the public sector. And I think one thing I just hugely welcome about this decision, for which the Prime Minister, the Secretary of State and frankly this group as well as others in this Assembly, deserve a lot of credit, is actually politicians are doing what they promised. Having said, under the Seven Bridges Act, this bridge will be built by the private sector. You will be able to raise tolls on it until a fixed sum is raised, returns to the public sector, and then we will see tolls abolished. We are doing that. And I think that is very good for the credibility of politicians, particularly when they are trying to fund and develop infrastructure. The idea suggested, I think, from a sedentary position by Alan Davis that this is a nationalisation is surely preposterous. It's quite the reverse. The private sector has built this bridge, the Southern Bridge, under provisions from the Public Sector and the Seven Bridges Act, conditional on them giving it to the public sector once a certain sum has been raised. That is happening, and the UK government, I'm delighted to say, is taking on a full commitment for the maintenance of those bridges out of the Highways England budget. I think it's absolutely fantastic news. I also believe that the benefit to the Welsh economy may be even larger than suggested in a report which I think is some years ago now for a 107 million boost, because things have moved on since then. The economy is stronger, particularly along the M4 corridor. What we've seen in terms of prosperity and job generation in Bristol has been very strong in recent years. And also, I think, for Wales and the South East Wales region I represent, I think there is a return of confidence. And I think scrapping these tolls, along with electrification of the railway and improvement 15, 20 minutes quicker to get to London once that electrification is complete, with, we hope, an M4 relief road, and it is a serious point that there will be more congestion at the Brynglas tunnels once tolls are removed, and it does increase the importance of getting on with building that relief road. But I think in combination, and also with the South Wales Metro, all those together will change what, for a long time, I think has been an unfair perception, to the extent others elsewhere may hold it, that there is a distance, let alone any remoteness to South Wales. But when you bring those travel times down, I think you will link in South Wales economy much more closely with the M4 corridor, with Bristol and with London, with the far higher GVAs we see in those areas. And I think there will be a huge boost to the economy of South Wales. I think it's fantastic. This Chamber voted unanimously to scrap the tolls, and the UK Conservative government are now delivering on that. I'd also just like to speak briefly to the other part of the motion about the North Wales growth deal. I think it's very encouraging that the UK government is developing an ever more flexible approach to how these growth deals are arranged. There's been difference in terms of what's devolved between different regions, and also the degree of money put in by central government. And I think for a period there was a requirement that areas had to have an elected mayor for the metro region if they were going to go down that route. That has now been removed, at least for rural, or I think mixed rural urban areas. And whether that's a choice or whether that's something that's right for North Wales, I hope will be driven by North Wales and what people there think of the proposition. But I think the flexibility is particularly important for North Wales, because nowhere more than Deeside, even with the Newport-Bristol links, I think that agglomeration of economic activity across the English-Wales border around Deeside is hugely important for generating the future prosperity of the region. But also, I think, makes it very difficult to have, in some ways, a national border running through that agglomeration. And even if we can't have a growth deal that crosses a border, I do hope that the North Wales growth deal will be particularly sensitive to those unique needs, given how closely integrated the economy in those parts are. And while there's great flexibility, I think, from UK government, I hope that will be matched by Welsh government, and that there will be a real appreciation that devolution should not end at Cardiff Bay. And for North Wales in particular, as well as the references to Mid and West Wales, we need a sensitivity, and we need particular solutions that are going to be right for them, just as scrapping the 7 tolls is so right for South Wales.
Susie Davis. Diolch, Llywydd. In the same way that the European Regional Development Fund takes a certain collection of criteria to divide Wales in two, so does the City Deal model, for all its many advantages, run the risk of doing the same. And it's hard to conceive, quite frankly, how most of Powys will feel the ripples of the big urban investment within Wales itself. And Russell George is quite right to talk about the flexibility and the ability to start looking east. It's not just North Wales, Mark Reckless, that needs that element of flexibility. Some years down the line, post-Brexit, regional policy, of course, may look very, very different as we find strategic and planning levers in unexpected places. The very concept of regional support may be shaped by considerations that we may not even have started to explore yet. More balance in the economy within Wales, as well as within the UK, isn't going to happen if we simply replicate what we're doing under EU structures. But in the short to medium terms, Wales is right to take advantage of UK regional policy to maximise the potential of the two city deals and North Wales growth deal. It is a glorious opportunity to show how governments and local authorities of different political stripes
can work with common purpose. And if local squabbling or uninspired ambition or even lack of confidence means that these golden opportunities are squandered, then it makes a mockery of devolution and any claim we have to be big thinkers in a small country. And in that short to medium term, we need to keep our eyes on inequity in Wales and remember that for all the very welcome focus on the city deal in my region, it is not to my constituents' advantage if their rural neighbours to the north conclude that they can't live on scenery and head south in droves to jobs, schools and houses, which the city deal will prompt, but which aren't there yet. And so I pay tribute to Russell George, who began exploring what a rural deal might look like in Wales back in the last Assembly. And I'm pleased that the idea is gaining traction, as indeed Paul Davies's long-standing campaign on the tolls on the Cleddau Bridge is gaining traction. And it's with that spirit of common purpose that I say how dismayed I am to see the government's amendments regarding the Senedd Bridge tolls. Well, I'm very pleased to say that Jane Bryant did say that she welcomed the Prime Minister's commitment on this, because our motion doesn't claim that the Prime Minister has the sole intellectual property to the idea of the toll-free Severn Bridge. It is inviting members simply to welcome her commitment to doing this, a commitment coming from someone who will actually be in a position to scrap those tolls. By deleting that point, Welsh Government does not welcome a commitment that can actually be delivered by a UK government for the benefit of Wales, preferring instead to have a bit of a sulk because they didn't get a shout-out. You even missed the opportunity to mention Jeremy Corbyn's take on the tolls, so I'm assuming that you either don't foresee him being in a position to deliver that, or that you can't bear the thought that it's he who seeks to be in a position to deliver that. And so I come to Amendment 3, which we will be supporting. Now, I hope I don't need to reiterate that the Welsh Conservatives are completely committed to the Swansea-Tidal Lagoon, both here and in Parliament, and the First Minister has been gracious enough to acknowledge that in this very chamber very recently. Arguments across the range from its catalyst effect in reliable clean energy production to its catalyst effects for domestic economic regeneration to its catalyst effect on our reputation in the eyes of the world, this is absolutely a no-brainer. But even so, we cannot conveniently ditch the hours of argument made by all parties and both governments dedicated to tackling fuel poverty, lowering energy costs for industry and capping energy prices, which have been balanced with other arguments demonstrating a growing interest in safe energy supply and clean air. That balance is difficult to manage, it's difficult to find, and it takes careful dealings with it from a responsible government. The last thing the lagoon needs now is Corbynomics. Diving in at this point and saying, give us the lagoon at any cost, is giving up. It is saying that neither the company nor the UK government, has more to give on this to get us nearer that delicate balance, and that balance that means a positive decision on funding. Now, perhaps there was probably a bit more that the Welsh Government could have helped with. I don't know, maybe something like cheaper finance through Welsh Government streams rather than 100% private investment. I genuinely don't know. It's a bit late now anyway. But where the Welsh Government can act is to ensure that the timeline for granting marine licences is aligned with the timeline for the major projects for which those licences are needed. And this time, I've only got 20 seconds, sorry, David. This time, the slow progress in London has disguised a serious delay here. And I don't think any of us would be proud if devolved responsibilities were the sole reason that the lagoon were held back. And with Willoughby ahead of us, I don't think marine licences should be what we're all talking about down the line. Thank you.
I call on the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Infrastructure, Ken Skates.
Diolch, Llywydd, and can I start by thanking members across the Chamber for their contributions today and for giving me an opportunity to respond to this debate. As a government, we are absolutely determined to spread prosperity, growth and opportunity across Wales, to generate prosperity for all, and that is the foundation upon which the work to refresh our economic strategy and develop the economy of each region is to be based. The 7 tolls, given their strategic importance to Wales, is very much part of that thinking. We've been in regular discussions with the UK Government about the tolls to ensure that future arrangements represent the best deal for Wales. And we've made it clear on many occasions that the tolls on the bridge are an unfair tax on our people and on our businesses. It's a barrier to business activity across the bridge, hampering Welsh growth and acting as a deterrent to inward investment, as members have identified. And in particular, the tolls adversely affect small businesses looking to operate in the southwest of England, as well as those engaged in the tourism, the logistics and transport sectors, which rely heavily on Seven Crossings links for their businesses. A number of members have identified our 2012 study, the one that we commissioned, which concluded that removing the tolls would increase the GVA of South Wales by £107 million. Although GVA has grown faster in Wales and across the UK as an average in recent times, we believe that the increase in GVA presented by the removal of the tolls would offer a huge boost to the regional economy. I would agree with Mark Reckless as well that the sum could be in excess of £107 million, and also welcome his assertion that the economy today is now stronger along the M4 and that there's a returning confidence to South Wales. That is, of course, thanks to this Welsh Labour government. Despite the Conservatives' support at Westminster now for abolishing the tolls, the last time we debated the Seven Crossings here in the Chamber, the UK government's opposition to removing the tolls was very clear. But I am glad to see that the weak and wobbly position adopted by the Prime Minister has finally, albeit reluctantly, come around to a better position, one that has been championed by this Welsh Labour government over many, many years. Now, I will be... oh, of course, yes.
You were saying this has been championed over many, many years. When I asked the First Minister, he said it had been championed since the Labour manifesto in 2016. I think prior to that, he suggested keeping the tolls to fund the relief rate.
Many, many months and 2 years, indeed. But can I thank Mark Reckless for taking a very consistent position on this matter himself. He's not taken such a consistent position on which political party he should be a member of, but on this issue, he has remained very consistent indeed. Now, turning to our priorities for North Wales, I should say I was very pleased to be able to attend earlier today the inaugural meeting of the North Wales Group on Cross-Border Issues, chaired by my colleague Hannah Blythen, where we discussed a number of important matters that will be faced by the region and which we must face here in the Assembly in the years to come. It's my view, and I share the view of Russell George in his assertion of the potential of the cross-border economy, that North Wales's growth deal bid must be dovetailed with the growth deal that is emerging on the English side of the border through the Cheshire and Warrington Let. They must be complementary and must also seek to build on the existing capabilities on the cross-border area of the Merseydean North Wales region. I think it's absolutely essential that the case for a North Wales growth deal is maintained, one that does reflect the cross-border nature of the economy in terms of transport alone, and transport will be a critical element of the growth deal, I am no doubt. This Welsh Labour government has already committed to spending more than £200 million on resolving the Deeside corridor, which of course is crucial, as Mark Reckless identified the Deeside area as being a primary engine for the Welsh economy. Well, that single route, that A494, is critically important and requires upgrading, and I'm very pleased to be consulting with the public on the two proposals that we have developed for the A494 and A55. But we're also looking at investing tens of millions of pounds in rail infrastructure, even though we are not responsible for it, UK government is, to enhance capacity in North East Wales, developing the metro concept, but also looking at investing considerable sums in resolving pinch points in the trunk road network and, of course, taking forward the important third crossing for the Menai. Of course, one of the biggest single boosts that could be given to the economy of North Wales would be the electrification of the North Wales main line, but I fear that that has not yet been promised by UK government, certainly not in the near future. Returning to the contribution made by Russell George, I thought his contribution specifically with regard to Mid-Wales was absolutely essential. North-South links are crucial to the economy, and Mid-Wales makes a vital contribution to the culture and economy of Wales. And I also believe that whilst the North-South links significant indeed, so too are east-west ties. And I see three primary arcs of prosperity emerging for Wales, one that crosses North Wales, one that crosses Mid and West Wales, and a third that spans South Wales, all three potentially benefiting from cross-border collaboration and ties. And I'm very keen in terms of, supporting Mid Wales to look at how we can turbocharge the activities of growing Mid Wales, which is an important partnership, and certainly insofar as a growth deal for Mid Wales is concerned, I'd be very keen to see what the UK government, however June the 8th pans out, what the UK government actually looks at delivering as part of an expanded offer of growth deals potentially for the UK. And I'll take an intervention by the
I'm grateful to the Cabinet Secretary taking the intervention, and in particular his emphasis on the whole of Wales, Mid and North Wales as well. But if I could just draw his attention back to South East Wales, it is excellent news that the Conservatives, and indeed I think there's a consensus now politically that tolls need to be got rid of on the Severn Bridge across parties. But there is a real issue, as we heard from the member from Newport West, that with house prices being so much lower this side of the Severn Bridge, and the huge economic activity that is going on in the Bristol area and indeed the greater South West area, that actually wealth in your arc of prosperity ends up travelling out of Wales and we end up being a commuter belt. And I'd be grateful to understand how the department is going to work with local authorities and businesses in particular to make sure that businesses locate here to drive wages up and we don't just become a dormitory.
This is in part what I was just going to come on to in my final point, the important structural element of the Welsh economy that needs to be resolved as part of the new economic strategy. We need to ensure that productivity increases. We need to ensure that our manufacturing base in particular is future-proofed against automation, and crucially in regard to avoiding dormitory communities, that we raise skills levels of the people of Wales so that we can capture more of the work, more of the economic benefits of infrastructure investments, not just as a dormitory territory serving the South West, but for the South East of Wales and indeed the whole of the South of Wales. And it's our keen intent to ensure that through a new place-based approach for economic development, working with leaders of the city deals in the south and the growth deal in the north and potentially a growth deal in Mid Wales, that we do move towards creating opportunities to grow wealth across Wales and deliver prosperity for all.
Call on Mark Isherwood to reply to the debate.
Well, thank you everybody who's spoken in this debate. Thank you to Russell George for opening this by welcoming the economic boost to the Welsh economy being delivered by the UK government's abolition of the Severn crossing tolls, showing that Wales is open for business. And also emphasising the need for North and Mid Wales growth deals, where people and businesses in North and Mid Wales not only look south to government, but in terms of their economic and social lives, they look east for their cross-border movements and also west to Ireland. We need to, as he said, cement North Wales as an intrinsic part of the exciting cross-border economic region linked up to the northern powerhouse. And he said the Welsh Government must also devolve economic levers to Mid Wales. Di Lloyd supported the abolition of the Severn crossing tolls and the devolution of powers to the Welsh regions. Very heartening to hear that, and shared his in-depth knowledge of bridge tolls across Britain. I suggest he writes more about it. I'd actually be very interested in reading about that. Of course, there are no tolls on the Menai Bridge, but we do need the third Menai crossing, something that Ken Skates, of course, referred to. It is nearly a decade since the Welsh Government last commissioned an independent report on options for that, which made recommendations. It's a shame we've had to wait this long for Groundhog Day to arrive all over again, but I hope the Minister's aspiration of having a decision to move forward by 2021 is reached for all concerned. Di Lloyd extolled the virtues of the Swansea Bay tidal lagoon, as did many others, and emphasised the need to electrify the Valley Lines and North Wales coastline, something Welsh Conservatives certainly strongly support. Nick Ramsey referred again to the Prime Minister's decision to scrap tolls on the Severn crossing as a game changer, with exciting prospects for the good people and economy of Monmouthshire. He referred to the GVA figures in the South Wales Valleys, of course part of the West Wales and Valleys sub-region, which have had the lowest value of goods and services produced per head of population, or GV, across the 12 UK nations and regions for almost now 20 years. For 19 years, the whole period of devolution, unfortunately, the relative gap has widened, and even the most prosperous corner of North Wales and the North East has seen the relative figure against the UK level fall from almost 100% of UK GVA to just 84%. And he's emphasised the need for the Welsh Government to work closely with the UK Government, critical that the next UK Government is seen, whatever its colour, as a positive partner with the Welsh Government and by the Welsh Government. Jane Bryant again emphasised the importance of the Severn Crossing, in this case to Newport, another wonderful place not so far from here. I regret the partisan comments that followed. I won't respond to those other than to acknowledge we are in a general election period. The UK Government, in fact, announced tolls in 1962. It is this UK Government which has announced it's going to scrap them. As she said, this risks, or positively, the costs and benefits of attracting people from Bristol. That will have an impact on house prices, and there is a need to support local young people onto the housing ladder here and everywhere else, especially given that Wales had the largest cuts in affordable housing budgets after devolution in any UK nation. Unfortunately, she referred to another U-turn, but in my mind, it's strong leaders who listen and decide. It's weak leaders who ignore the facts and shoot the messenger, sadly something we hear too often in certain other places. Neil Hamilton again welcomed Theresa May's announcement with a few added generous comments to my party and his former party. As he said, political independence for Wales would be a disaster, but as it would be, may I add, for the rest of the UK. Mark Reckless pointed out that it was the Conservative government in 1992 that legislated to scrap the tolls following the return of the bridges to the public sector, and that a Conservative government was now delivering on that. He said that this will add to the return of confidence along the M4 corridor, strengthening links between South Wales, Bristol and London, and he referred to the sensitive and flexible way the UK government was approaching regional development in Wales as encouraging, but it needs to be matched by the Welsh Government. Susie Davis said that post-Brexit regional policy may look very different in the future, but it was right for Wales to take advantage of UK regional policy now, as she said, the wonderful phrase, big thinkers in a small country. We should welcome the commitment coming from the Prime Minister, rather than go, as she said, into a bit of a sulk. Welsh Conservatives are committed to the Swansea Bay Tidal Lagoon, as acknowledged by the Prime Minister to us, as Susie emphasised, and the last thing, as she said, the lagoon needs now is Corbynomics. The Cabinet Secretary then responded by saying the Welsh Government's determined to spread prosperity across Wales. It's just a shame that since 1998 we've remained the part of the UK with the lowest GVA. As he said, the Severn Bridge tolls are a barrier, which is why Theresa May has announced she's removing them. He then made a weak and wobbly proposition that confidence is returning to South Wales thanks to the Welsh Government. In reality, most things have been going backwards since devolution, not because of devolution, but because of government. But it's interesting that the improvement in jobs and employment and inward investment has happened since the Conservative Prime Minister and Conservative-led government took office in 2010. It certainly wasn't happening beforehand. I regret he resorted to a petty personalised attack against a colleague. Say no more about that. He referred to the North Wales and Merseydean cross-party group meeting today. I also attended. I welcome his attendance. I think I was elected as a joint deputy chair of that group. But critical work to do. With growth deals on each side of the border, the Cabinet Secretary said, must be complementary. No, Cabinet Secretary, this is a single growth deal for both sides of that border. That's why we have Merseydean Alliance. That's why Warrington were represented there today, but why also Gwynedd was represented there today. And it would be wonderful in the future, perhaps, if Ireland could be engaging with us as well. He referred to the D-side corridor consultation. In fact, it's 9 years, I believe, since the last scheme had to be scrapped by the Welsh Government after its proposals were... Would you like to stand? Or...
Is it not true that you campaigned against that scheme?
Yes, I campaigned against that 13-lane monstrosity in support of local people, which your colleagues actually did when they realised there was an election just a couple of months ahead. And I gave evidence to that consultation. I hope that what comes out this time is more in keeping with the sustainability needs of the local community. You talked about enhanced rail capacity in North East Wales. It would be wonderful if the Welsh Government could catch up with the Mersey districts, the Liverpool districts, and actually announce that it's going to support and invest in this side of the border, so the halt and curve proposals do not simply end at the border. Similarly, it would be nice if the Welsh Government could announce it was going to restore the 2 miles it removed from the Wrexham-Chester line. Referred to third crossing of Menai. Again, we had a consultation, I believe, 8 or 9 years ago, which made a series of recommendations. It appears it's Groundhog Day there as well, because we're having another consultation on options for a Menai crossing. I referred to that earlier. But as he said, we need to ensure productivity increases and future-proof against automation through a new place-based approach, working with the UK government-supported growth deal in North Wales, through the city deals in South Wales, and hopefully through a Mid-Wales growth deal too. But that will require the Welsh Government to recognise that the proposals in the North Wales growth vision and in the bid that's going forward require it to give up some power to the region also. Thank you very much indeed.
Question.
The proposal is to agree the motion without amendment. Does any member object? I will defer voting under this item until voting time. The next item is the debate that was withdrawn by Plaid Cymru on live music, and therefore item 10 is the Plaid Cymru debate on a national energy company. And I call on Simon Thomas to move the motion.
Thank you, Llywydd, and I'm pleased to move the motion in the name of Plaid Cymru, which puts forward and presents evidence on the establishment of an independent energy company for Wales. And in beginning the debate, I'd like to highlight the fact that we as Plaid Cymru have published a research paper on the issue and have used the Assembly's research fund, and the paper is attached to the debate, and I very much hope that members of all parties will read the paper to criticise it or to agree with it. I think it is important that we use Assembly resources to build the evidence base for our debates and to disseminate information. If anyone wants a hard copy, I'd be more than happy to provide one to you. It's true to say that Plaid Cymru has always been in favour of an independent energy company for Wales, but the evidence for that has increased over the past few years, and the main shift in this area was the Environment Committee's report in the previous Assembly that identified the opportunity for an energy company for Wales, which could do a great deal in order to close the gap in terms of fuel poverty, to invest in new forms of energy, particularly renewable and hydrogen, and also to identify opportunities to challenge the current trading climate in energy. Now, underpinning the current situation is that fundamental question: does the current energy market work for the everyday resident? Does it work for business? And does it work in terms of long-term investment in the kinds of energy in the energy industry that we want to see in Wales? Plaid Cymru is of the opinion that the answer to those three questions is no, the current system isn't working, and we need at least one more mover in the current system to make things more lively. And the opinion is shared by the Labour Party, at least the Corbyn Labour Party, because that Labour Party has put in its manifesto for the general election on the 8th of June for an independent energy company in all regions, and they use the word region, and I think Labour sees Wales as a region. It's a nation for us, of course, but that's why I was surprised to see that the Labour Party here had tabled an amendment watering down our requests and undermining what they are saying and what their own party is standing on in this election, but that is a matter for them to explain, and I'm sure they will do so in due time. Now, there's no doubt that the current system, the current market, is damaging Wales. Low-income households are particularly badly affected by high energy costs, and this is common to all parties now. The Labour Party proposed a cap on energy prices 2 years ago, and that was derided by the Conservative Party at the time, but now it's the Conservatives that are proposing a cap on energy prices. But that is something that is a temporary fix. It's not tackling the fundamental problem in the market. And that's what we're proposing here, something long-term which would actually intervene in that market. Here in Wales, 23% of homes are believed to be in fuel poverty, 3%, which is quite a small percentage, but a large number, are in severe fuel poverty, paying more than 20% of their income on energy costs, and that puts you in a very difficult position indeed. And what's interesting is if you compare that with the rest of Britain, because only 11% of homes in England are considered to be in fuel poverty. Now, in the past, and possibly today, some may argue that moving towards renewable energy has increased prices and that we are irresponsible in arguing for an energy system which is less reliant on carbon, because that will raise energy prices for our poorest customers. But what's interesting is that energy prices in Wales are far higher than they are in the rest of the UK, but we produce less renewable energy than the rest of the UK. So the percentage of electricity produced by renewable sources in Wales at the moment is some 20%. In Scotland, it is double that, over 42%. In Northern Ireland, it is 26%. And even in England, it is higher than Wales, some 2% higher. And therefore, there is no clear link between the energy production using renewable sources and the price paid by customers. The market is far more complex than that, far more complex. And the fact is that we are storing up problems for the future as we continue with an energy distribution system which is very centralised, which isn't distributed at a local level and not devolved in that sense, and isn't therefore appropriate for the kind of energy production that we will soon see developing. And one of those is something that we've already discussed with the Cabinet Secretary, the shift towards vehicles of all kinds running on electricity or hydrogen, particularly in terms of public transport. The tidal lagoon, which we are very supportive of and disappointed that it isn't being reflected in the UK manifesto of the Conservative Party, although it's in the manifesto of all other parties. But the tidal lagoon, particularly in developing tidal lagoons in South Wales and in North Wales, does require a more localised distribution centre where local people see more benefit from the investment made in renewable energy. Now, although more is to be devolved to Wales in terms of energy planning consents up to 350 megawatts, it is true to say that the funding systems underpinning energy developments of all kinds will remain in London. And in that context, too, the establishment of an energy company for Wales, Ynni Cymru, will be of benefit. So what could such a company do? Well, broadly speaking, and in the report that we've commissioned, it looks at how a company could bulk buy, so buying energy on behalf of customers in Wales and passing on the savings in that context to those customers. We're looking at how an energy company could be a vehicle to provide some of the other objectives of the Welsh Government, for example, insulation and improving house quality and so on and so forth. We would use this company as a vehicle for those improvements, and the company could be an envelope for investment in renewable energy. I don't think it's broadly recognised that the Welsh Government is already investing, to be fair to it, is already investing in renewable energy. I think they have an investment in a solar farm in Monmouthshire somewhere. I think some millions of pounds were invested there, and we're also seeing a number of local communities coming together to invest locally. Menterawel Tower is a very good example of that, and I congratulate them on reaching their target of over £5 million just this week. But surely it would be better if a national company should coordinate these deals, get better deals in the city for investment, and in turn pass on those benefits to the customer. Now, a national energy company could also lead...
I'll give way, yeah.
Just to help you out with the geography of Monmouthshire, yeah, there are some major solar farm developments, one just outside Llanfatley and one not far from Llancaio. And would you agree with me that, as good as those developments are, it's important that the local communities get the necessary benefits from those developments? Because in some cases, those communities haven't been fully involved along the way, and they felt a bit isolated from the benefits that they rightly should get in law.
I agree with the general point that he's making. I don't know if those are the projects that the Welsh Government has also given support to, but I think the point that I'm making is that a more national infrastructure would be a way of delivering those benefits more directly to the local consumers. So I think that's the point. It's something that's frustrated many of us over many years who want to see these developments happen, but also are frustrated with a national infrastructure that holds the benefits at a very centralised level and doesn't deliver them, even though the local people are actually seeing that development locally. And I think bringing the two together is what a national energy company could potentially do in the Welsh context. Can I just, Cloy?
If I could just conclude my remarks by saying that we would also, and personally from the point of view of Plaid Cymru, we would want to see this company being developed even on either on a cooperative basis or certainly on a basis which could include local councils or regional energy developments. It's a cause of sadness to me that we have seen more development in England and devolved systems from central government in England who have used the Localism Act to allow an energy company in Manchester, to allow an energy company in Nottingham. Robin Hood Energy is well known to us, and I think we too need to take advantage of those opportunities, and I very much hope that the spirit of the motion will be accepted by the Assembly.
I have selected the amendment to the motion. I call on the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and Rural Affairs to move formally Amendment 1, tabled in the name of Jane Hutt.
David Melding.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd. Can I start by being polite and commending Plaid Cymru's initiative in using the new flexibility in Assembly resources to commission research projects. I generally think it's a good idea, and in fairness, you've put your ideas out, and we can have an excellent debate, I'm sure, on this proposal. So I think we need more of this, and you deserve a serious response to your central suggestion. For us, we won't be supporting it for reasons I will indicate, but we certainly do share the aim for more efficient energy use at more competitive prices. It's our view that this can be achieved without heavy government intervention or nationalisation. I do know note that the thrust of the Plaid Cymru recommendation is to have a sort of national company that's bought into by local communities and local authorities potentially. And I suppose if something does emerge that is built up from their local direction and mirrors something like Glass Cymru, then I think there's more feasibility for that. But I have to say, imposing this sort of structure and pushing the initiative and forcing it is something we would be suspicious about. Yeah.
Just briefly, if I could put it to him, if I was a Conservative, I would have thought that an energy cap was also a very heavy-handed intervention into the market.
Well, it brings me nicely on to the point that it is not an efficient or perfect market, and I hear a UKIP member muttering there's no perfect solution either. That probably does sum up the difficulty we're in. But your energy prices are high, and they're also very difficult to understand whenever you get your energy bill. You know, unless you did double maths at A-level, I don't think you've got a hope, you know, and perhaps you need to have studied it at university as well. But in general, we are about 15% higher on electricity prices than the OECD average, and you know, that pinches on us all, but is particularly, I think, dramatic and unfortunate for those in fuel poverty. And, you know, according to some calculations, it would be feasible to deliver effective electricity and deliver energy effectively and use it efficiently and reduce the costs by as much as 50%. So if there is that type of potential saving, I think it is something that we should very much aim for. Of course, efficiency being key to that part. If we all use more energy as it becomes cheaper, it's not going to really get us anywhere. I think, you know, we do sign up to the principle that more local generation is important, and use of other models, innovative models like cooperatives. And I think many of us would have visited some of these schemes and, you know, found them very noteworthy and inspiring. There are some drawbacks. I mean, we need a sort of balanced diet here, really, of providers. There's a need for resilience. You don't always get that in local community-run projects. And also, we still need, you know, a wider strategy, and I think that is a very, very important matter to be borne in mind. Can I just say that whilst we have some, you know, reservations about Plaid's approach, but we are pleased to note them and welcome this as part of a healthy debate. Perhaps Plaid Cymru will find comfort in this, but we actually find the government's amendment, you know, broadly right in terms of its approach, although that is not me praising full scale all the, you know, the current approaches taken by the government in terms of energy, and we would very much urge them to look at some of the longer-term structural issues that are limiting growth and development in Mid and North Wales in terms of the grid and access to it, and how smaller scale hydro projects in particular connect to it. But can I say, I think we need a policy based on increasing the efficient use and distribution of electricity. We need to reduce fossil fuel use. I think that is very, very important, and, you know, reference was made to electric cars, but of course that only then invites you to think about how you're going to generate that electricity at source. And we do not want to be fossil fuel dependent. And our aim is a low carbon economy, and also have, you know, plenty of room for innovative community projects. Again, I'll just finish by commending Plaid Cymru for, I think this is the first debate on a commissioned report by a political party using the new resources. So at least on that I can say well done.
Llyr Griffith.
Diolch, Llywydd.
Thank you, Llywydd. If we are serious about tackling climate change as one of the greatest threats facing humanity, then we must first of all reduce our energy use. That's always the starting point when it comes to energy policy, but then increase the percentage of energy which is produced from renewable sources. Now, Plaid Cymru's aim, in order to enable us to cut carbon emissions by 80% by 2050 and 40% by 2020, is to produce as much energy as is used in Wales from renewable sources by 2035, and Ynni Cymru would have a key role to play in achieving that particular ambition. Now, as we've heard in the last Assembly, the Environment Sustainability Committee produced a report, Smarter Energy Future for Wales, and it received cross-party support, and what it was, in reality, was a blueprint in terms of moving this agenda forward. It suggested ways of achieving the economic potential which emerges from using our natural resources in a responsible and sustainable manner, and creating jobs and wealth for the people of Wales. In so doing, it allows us to tackle the issue of fuel poverty, clearly tackling climate change, and also, of course, empowers local community to be far more proactive and far more engaged in deciding their own energy futures. And Wales doesn't have to wait for further powers in this area before delivering much of what is contained within the committee's vision. We can start on much of this work now, and far more of it should have already been commenced over a year ago. And one of the committee's recommendations in that report was to create an umbrella not-for-profit energy company. Now, we heard that local authorities across England have established such companies. We know of examples in Bristol and in Nottingham. And, of course, we can use that in order to target and tackle fuel poverty. We know in Nottingham that Robin Hood Energy offers a particular tariff for residents of Nottingham, but also within that they can set lower rates in specific areas where there is a great deal of fuel poverty. Now, that isn't to say that nothing is happening in Wales. We know in Bridgend Council, for example, about the local heat networks there, and Wrexham Council has already done a great deal in terms of solar energy. But this should be the norm rather than exceptions, as is too often the case. And the creation of a national energy company for Wales is a chance for us to get to the core of some of these issues of fuel poverty, to investing in infrastructure, joint bargaining, creating energy, generating energy, and research and development in energy, and in so doing creating those commercial opportunities which will bring broader benefits to the people of Wales, never mind, of course, the environmental benefits. Now, reducing demand for energy is a very important way and a key part of that process of moving to a smarter energy future, and we know that households in the UK spend some 80% of their energy cost on heating rooms and heating water in homes. We therefore need to ensure that homes are as efficient as possible in terms of energy usage, and we know that there are schemes such as Arbed and Nest making contribution, but as I've said time and time again, they are nowhere near enough in terms of responding to the scale of the challenge facing us and the level of investment that's truly required when it comes to that agenda. But I would certainly feel that any Cymru would have a role in that area in terms of encouraging and educating people on how to tackle this whole agenda. So we need to move away, and I've said this previously, but I can't make the point strongly enough. We have to move away from this hub-and-spoke model of energy production, where energy is produced in large centralised power stations and is transferred inefficiently in a very costly way across an ageing grid, which is creaking very often. We need to move to a model of a grid which is more of a spider web, a smarter grid with the energy being produced closer to where it is being consumed. And Ynni Cymru could certainly be part of that transformation, could also look at new storage systems in homes. I have 10 seconds left, unfortunately. We also need to look at the planning system, and the committee's report has done that. And my plea is that the template and the blueprint is in place. What we need now is the political will to drive this agenda forward.
Well, I'm delighted to take part in this debate, and I've read with interest the paper which has been produced by Simon Thomas, but I have some difficulty in understanding how such a company could, in practice, make any material difference to the provision of power in Wales if it doesn't have access to capital from private markets. I assume that we're not thinking of setting up a nationalised energy company. And, of course, there is a role for cooperatives and so on, but that is not likely to make more than a marginal difference to the current state of the market. I'm not opposed to this in principle, but I do see certain practical difficulties in bringing it about to make a difference. But I do have some difficulty with some of the claims that are made in the context of this paper on which the proposal is based, which I'll come to in a moment. But I mean, the background to all this is the Climate Change Act, and this is explicit in the foreword to the document. We have an obligation to reduce our carbon emissions by 80% by 2050. We need to be absolutely clear that this can only be done by imposing colossal costs both on households and businesses in Wales. And in considering that, as we heard in the last debate, that we have some of the poorest parts, not just of the United Kingdom, but also of Western Europe. And that is a significant burden which has to be taken into account. The costs of the Climate Change Act are distributed amongst the population in 2014 were £5 billion per annum. This is reflected in our electricity bills, as well as parts of the costs of providing ourselves with power, which are met by companies and feed into the power bills in other ways as well. A combination, therefore, of direct green taxes on the one hand and increased generating costs on the other. That figure of £5 billion in 2014 will rise to £14 billion a year in 2020. And let's put these figures into real perspective of what does it mean for average households. In 2020, the average household in the United Kingdom will be paying £584 a year for the obligations that we've assumed under the Climate Change Act. In 2030, that figure will have risen to £875 a year. By 2050, it will be £1,390 a year extra that people are paying on their electricity bills. Those are in constant prices today. So in 16 years between 2014 and 2030, the average household in Wales will pay an extra £11,000 in the costs of electricity. Now, that is not an insignificant sum, and of course the further down the income scale you go, the greater the burden that is felt. So we have to be pretty clear that what we're doing is worthwhile ultimately to the public benefit. I don't believe that that is the case. It is said in the justification for this change that there's a list of present and future challenges facing energy supply in Wales. It refers to, for example, increased incidence of erratic weather events due to climate change. I know of no evidence whatsoever to justify that claim. In fact, the evidence is all the other way. What is it that we are seeing in world weather patterns which is any different from at any time in the last 100 years? The data sets, of course, beyond that are not available, so we can't compare like with like for a very long period. So we're making dramatic assumptions on the basis of inadequate data, on the basis of which we're imposing real burdens upon real people. And I don't believe as legislators that it's a responsible way for us to behave. If we just take hurricanes, for example, after Hurricane Katrina in 2005, everybody in the climate alarmism world said that the end of the world was nigh, and we had moved into an era of greater volatility, which was going to impose massive costs upon the world. Well, the evidence of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration data, which go back to 1851, is that no major hurricane, Category 3 or more, has hit the continental US since Wilma in October 2005. So we have the longest pause on record, and the NOAA says it's premature to conclude that human activities, particularly greenhouse gas emissions that cause global warming, have already had a detectable impact on Atlantic hurricane activity. In the Bulletin of the American Meteorological Society in 2015, there was a very interesting article upon understanding trends in extreme storms and the state of knowledge. That noted that there were no significant trend in the number of US hurricanes hitting the United States since 1900. The increase since 1970 appears to be a natural variation. The variation occurs within years and within decades, but not over the whole length of time of the data sets. And this experience could be replicated for tornadoes, for droughts, and all sorts of other natural weather conditions. In the course of 5 minutes, of course, I can barely begin to argue this point, but all that I would like to say in conclusion in this debate is that there is no scientific basis which we can rely upon unambiguously to justify the vast costs which we deliberately as legislators are imposing upon ordinary and vulnerable people.
I call on the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and Rural Affairs, Leslie Griffiths.
I'm very pleased to be responding to this debate. And Welsh Government has clearly stated its ambition to deliver a low-carbon energy system for Wales. And in doing this, we have committed to deliver the maximum benefits for Wales from this transition and protect the most vulnerable. So I very much welcome the work which has been done on developing the Ynni Cymru model. And certainly, reading the report, I think it's very clear that the report identifies very similar strategic priorities to those that I set out in my energy statement in December: using energy more efficiently, moving to low-carbon generation and gaining economic benefit from the new technologies and business models that are emerging from the transition. Most of the types of activity proposed here are already being taken forward by Welsh Government-funded programmes of support, such as Welsh Government Warm Homes, the Local Energy Service and the Public Sector's Support Offer. And we continue to identify sources of capital finance which can be used to support the development of energy efficiency and renewable energy projects across all sectors. I think we've had significant impact with our energy efficiency programmes to date, and we are keen to continue to address the energy efficiency challenge and set out actions to be taken forward. I think it was an initial exchange between Simon Thomas and myself that sort of got this conversation going around having a not-for-profit company. And Simon Thomas and I had an initial meeting, and then Welsh Government held 3 events across Wales in March to collect evidence and views about the potential for an energy service company for Wales. And Simon spoke at the event in Aberystwyth, and I think it's really helpful to see that the aspirations that you've spoken about today, Simon, are really set out in the report that we're considering today. The Environment and Sustainability Committee of the last Assembly recommended setting up an energy company, and its report recognised the risks and challenges in entering what is now a highly competitive market with over 50 players. And certainly the feedback that we had from those 3 meetings is that it is very challenging at the moment to sell cheap energy, which is also low carbon, unless you own the generation. Profits are therefore uncertain. As one participant told us at an event, the supply sector is about high customer volumes and very low margins. The feedback we got was that people felt we needed to be very clear on the purpose of an energy company. There is a danger that an energy company could become a distraction from what is really needed, which is the work we're already doing in driving investment in energy efficiency, renewable generation and infrastructure to enable that transition to a decarbonised smart energy system in Wales. We do need to look at the benefits and the risks of such a company. We also need to be clear about the purpose of a company. It could tackle energy prices, it could address issues of trust in providers, or it could help to provide a market for Welsh generators. But it's unlikely that any single model would be able to tackle all of the issues. So it's good to be working with people who are interested in this idea to understand what activity is already underway and clarify how the Welsh Government can add, can best add value in this area. We're also aware of a number of organisations within Wales that are already considering or taking action against a background where the number of energy companies is increasing rapidly. As I said, there's already 50 providers with a supply licence, some of which have social outcomes at their centre, providing greater choice. However, we have seen the failure of GB Energy, and I think that demonstrates it is difficult to compete in an increasingly crowded market. We also got some feedback from the events about the fact that Welsh Government needs to continue to provide a supportive policy environment and coordinate activity across Wales to enable projects to be delivered for the benefit of Wales. Another bit of feedback was that people felt a government's job should be to act as an honest and trusted voice above the sales patter of competing energy suppliers, looking at the strategic and the regulatory issues. We're already doing this. We work very closely with Ofgem, DNOs, the National Grid, government, UK Government, to ensure they deliver on our priority to deliver an energy system which enables the low-carbon transition in Wales. An arm's-length body without the convening power of government would not be able to do this. We're focusing government's resources on identifying and addressing the gaps in the market, linking up activities and supporting developments which won't happen naturally. So this is exactly what we're doing by supporting projects such as Energy Local in Bethesda, which is piloting local selling of electricity, and I'm looking forward to visiting there very soon. And I think that will help us understand how regulation needs to change to help this to happen more widely. We've already identified heat as a key area and have been working with Bridgen to identify new approaches to delivering low-carbon heat. We are now gathering evidence to inform the development of the support services we provide to public bodies and local energy groups in Wales. These services have already captured local benefit from delivering energy projects across Wales, and they will continue to form a key part of our approach to creating the right environment for that transition to low carbon in Wales. So I very much look forward to publishing our report from those recent events, along with our position on the proposal. And I very much look forward to continuing to work with Simon Thomas and any other elected members who support our vision to identify how to continue to use the available resources in the most innovative ways to deliver our energy aims.
I call on Simon Thomas to reply to the debate.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and thank everyone who's taken part. And I think if we can try and come to at least one thing we've all decided upon and agree upon, which is it is an imperfect market, and it is not delivering the efficiencies that you would expect a good market to do. That's why it needs such heavy regulation. And I think I could test that by asking members to raise their hands if they still remain with the original energy company that they were with before privatisation. And I think there'd be quite a few already just slightly indicating that they are indeed still with those originals, Swalec or British Gas or whatever it was. I think that just shows that the market is very difficult for the average consumer to battle in. And that's why we do need consumer champions, and that can be a regulator, or it could be a company that's set up to intervene in a particular way. I'm very pleased that the Welsh Government has undertaken its consultation events, and I look forward to hearing more detail from them. I certainly was very pleased to attend the one in Aberystwyth, and I think it's fair to say there was enthusiasm in that event for a development like this, though I accept that purpose and focus will be very important. What would the main purpose or focus be? There are a wide range of things that an energy company could be. It could be fuel poverty, it could be renewable energy, it could be investment, and it has to it has to lead with some of these to really be effective. And that's a decision that I'd like to engage with the Welsh Government on, but not one that simply says, well, let's carry on the way we are, because I think there's so much wrong with the market at the moment that we'd be letting the people of Wales down if we don't have a more substantial intervention. Llyf Griffith described the ideal scenario as a more of a spider's web kind of approach to maintaining or catching the flies or whatever it might be, but maintaining our energy. And I would like to think that a Wales energy company would be just one of the threads. It wouldn't be the whole spider's web, but it would be one of the main threads that held that web together, and the stickiest one, of course. That's very important. We heard, I think, the substantial part of Neil Hamilton's argument was around costs and around investment. I think it's important to note that the proposal we have, and it's just a discussion document, but one of the proposals in that document is that you could float such a company, but we'd want the Welsh Government to retain a controlling stake. But there's no reason why private markets can't get involved here. But I think there is a fundamental mistake in trying to argue that the world is not changing. China is investing $300 billion in renewable energy just by 2020. India has a target of being 60% from renewable energy by 2027. We're actually old-fashioned in this regard. It's the new economies that are moving ahead. And it's fair to say there are, of course, carbon taxes, if you wanted to call them that. But there's £6 billion a year of subsidy going into the current fossil fuel industry. £6 billion. Twice that, which is going into renewables, twice that. And that's mainly in tax breaks in North Sea oil and gas, of course. There's also substantial subsidies through the strike price into nuclear. And I think we'd be remiss if we didn't acknowledge that there's an ongoing subsidy to the way we live today, and that the demand to have new subsidies for a change to meet the challenges of the future is not unreasonable in that context. And I think, though Neil Hamilton wouldn't agree with this, I think, and I accept what David Melding said, we have to reduce our dependency on fossil fuel. That's good for us environmentally, but it's good for us as a nation as well, because it makes us more reliant, self-reliant, I should say. We have the energy here, with our coastline and our mountains and our rivers, to become more self-reliant on energy. Who wouldn't want to become more self-reliant on energy?
Does he agree that a significant portion of the subsidies to fossil fuel currently are in respect of decommissioning in the North Sea, and presumably that's something he wants to see rather than the oil infrastructure simply left there?
Well, it's a mix, to be honest with you. Some of it is that, but that's only a continuation of the previous tax breaks which were there for exploration. So they've simply just changed it around the other way around. I wanted to conclude just on that, actually, and just thank members for at least acknowledging that this debate has been engendered not only by Plaid Cymru policy, but also using the resources of the Assembly. And I hope we see more debates like this, and I encourage members to use their funds for policy development in this way. I was very careful there, Presiding Officer, to say what I meant to say. For policy development in this way, please bring forward more debates in this regard. The resources are there to support us as Assembly members. It does mean that we can think outside the box from time to time as well. I think this is something that will develop naturally and organically in Wales. We will see local energy companies develop over a period of time. I'd just like us to take a more national leadership on the issue.
A question here.
The proposal is to agree the motion without amendment. Does any member object?
So here we have a
I will defer voting under this item until voting time, and voting time now proceeds, and unless 3 members wish for the bell to be rung, I will proceed directly to voting time. And the first vote is on the Welsh Conservatives debate, and I call for a vote on the motion tabled in the name of Paul Davis. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 15, no abstentions, 29 against. Therefore, the motion is not agreed. If Amendment 1 is agreed, Amendment 2 will be deselected. I call for a vote on Amendment 1, tabled in the name of Jane Hutt. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 23, no abstentions, 21 against. Therefore, the amendment is agreed. Amendment 3. I call for a vote on Amendment 3, tabled in the name of Rhina Bjorwerth. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 44, no abstentions, none against. Therefore, Amendment 3 is agreed. I call for a vote on Amendment 4, tabled in the name of Rhina Bjorwerth. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 23, no abstentions, 21 against. Therefore, Amendment 4 is agreed. I now call for a vote on the motion as amended. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 23, 6 abstentions, 15 against. Therefore, the motion as amended is agreed. We now have a vote on the Plaid Cymru debate on the National Energy Company. I call for a vote on the motion tabled in the name of Rhina Bjorwerth. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 7, 3 abstentions, 34 against. Therefore, the motion is not agreed. Amendment 1. I call for a vote on Amendment 1, tabled in the name of Jane Hutt. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 34, 3 abstentions, 7 against. Therefore, the Amendment 1 is agreed. I now call for a vote on the motion as amended. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 35, 9 abstentions, no one against. Therefore, the motion as amended is agreed.
Os wneith pawb...
If members who are leaving could do so quickly and quietly. We are about to move to the short debate, and I call the short debate and call on Di Lloyd to speak on the topic that he has chosen. Di Lloyd.
Thank you very much, Llywydd. The subject is defending Wales for the next generation. The purpose of my short debate today is to discuss the current challenges facing Wales, particularly around economic inequality and our relationship with the rest of the world. I'm of the firm belief that Wales needs to be defended against a wide range of looming threats if we are to improve the opportunities that are available for the next generation. During my short debate today, I would like to reflect and ask essentially what role the National Assembly has and what role the Welsh Government has, and which alternative models we are prepared to consider as we look to defend Wales and future generations against some of these challenges. The proud history and identity of this nation goes back to the distant past and is clearly reflected in our language, our culture, our art and our faith. I've often spoken about the importance of our history in this chamber, and I'm not going to apologise for doing so again. It is vital that future generations learn about the rich history that we have. They need to hear a lot more about the history of Aneirin and Taliesin, Gwenllian, Prince Llewellyn, the last Owain Glyndŵr, Bishop William Morgan, Williams Pantycelyn, the Rebecca riots, the betrayal of the Blue Books, the Welsh Knot, and much more. Learning about our past and recognising our successes will certainly lead to a better understanding of our place in the world and of what we have contributed to the world. And vitally, it provides a context for what can be achieved and creates a precedent to inspire our future. Many among the previous generations here in Wales were innovators. They created new things. They invented things. They were bold, and they responded to the situation in Wales and the world as it was at the time. We often talk about our pride in the fact that the NHS was developed in the 20th century by a Welshman, and that is appropriate. Healthcare, free of charge and for all, with Wales leading the way. However, long before Bevan, back in the Middle Ages, the physicians of Myddfai were great pioneers in the development of medicine in these isles hundreds of years ago. Then, about a century and a half ago, we had Hugh Owen Thomas and his nephew Robert Jones pioneering in the field of bone surgery, with Robert Jones being acknowledged globally as the leader and founder of orthopaedics as a specialism. As we meet here today, we should be proud that we now have 2 medical schools in Cardiff and in Swansea that will produce the next generation of bright junior doctors, but we need to produce more, which is why we need to see the establishment of a new facility in North Wales as well. While the foundations are there, it is clear that we need to do more to develop our medical expertise and to do more also to support medical innovation in the future. Health is not, of course, the only area in which Wales has led the way historically. Industry is another. The Industrial Revolution was developed here in Wales, the start of a journey to a brighter future. Education is another one, with Wales leading the way through the innovative work of Griffith Jones of Llanddowror in the early 18th century, educating children in the day and adults in the evening, with these individuals then going on to teach others. This system of learning reached the point where the majority of the population of Wales was literate at the time, 250,000 people out of a population of less than 500,000. Indeed, by the time Griffith Jones died in 1761, the country had the highest literacy level in the world, which led Catherine the Great of Russia to send a commissioner to Wales to learn lessons and to see how the system could be adapted for Russia. Again, Wales leading the way. That's where we've been, and that's where we can be again.
Turn to our history, not to find excuses for poor performance, but as an inspiration to improve our performance. For our present and future, Wales can do better. It seems like yesterday, but 20 years ago, a narrow majority of the people in Wales were bold and had enough confidence to vote yes to the idea that they lived in a nation which was worthy of governing itself. That confidence has grown further since then, of course, with a far stronger endorsement in 2011. As a result, we are partially self-governing now, and our nation, finally, is on a constitutional journey. It is an exciting journey, and a journey full of possibilities, but the growing confidence of the Welsh people means that there is a duty on all of us here to innovate and to inspire. So far, devolved governments haven't been able to do that on a number of fronts. They either haven't had the powers, the ambition, or possibly a combination of both. For a country that has led the way in healthcare, education and industry, is this really the best we can do? Ever since I was first elected to the National Assembly in 1999, the regular release of statistics on unemployment, economic inequality and poverty have rarely made for positive reading. Throughout that period of 18 years, parts of Wales have remained, stubbornly, as some of the poorest in Europe. The stats in terms of GVA per head are there for all to see, but what often gets ignored are the very real human stories behind those figures. The most recent Welsh employment figures, published this month, show that the Swansea East constituency within my region has the highest rate of unemployment in Wales at 9%, with the youth unemployment rate even higher. Having served as a GP in Swansea for over 30 years and latterly as an Assembly member intermittently for the last 18 years, I have seen firsthand the impact that lack of opportunity and employment can have on families and communities. Intergenerational unemployment is rife within some of our communities, not just in Swansea but across Wales. And as a GP, I've seen families being torn apart due to mental health issues, drug and alcohol abuse, and the feeling of helplessness. The current system is failing people. Governments are failing people. The challenge facing us in Wales of creating employment, of reducing economic inequality and reducing poverty was difficult enough as it was. The decision to leave the European Union, our major export market, makes that task even more difficult and will result in unprecedented challenge and risk. It brings with it questions and uncertainty in terms of our economic trading capacity, employment, education, research and innovation and inward investment. This is unparalleled in the history of devolution. As far as I'm concerned, we need to see a concerted effort, a real step change on the part of the Welsh Government and Welsh political representatives at all levels to try and defend Wales with regards to these threats. Throughout my time in this National Assembly, I have long felt that successive governments have been far too inward-looking, of not being prepared to look beyond our borders. And that doesn't just mean copying what's going on in England, but being truly outward-looking, internationalist in our approach to policy and strategic development. There is so much to be gained by looking at other governments, looking at other models, where elected bodies have succeeded in delivering for their populations. We need to innovate and learn from these areas, particularly from other sub-state nations and federal structures. The Basque Country, for example, managed an annual economic growth rate of 3.69% between 1995 and 2008. Whilst the Basque Country was creating employment and lifting people out of poverty, Wales was going nowhere, and in some cases, backwards. My call to the Welsh Government and other elected representatives is that we simply cannot let another 18 years of devolution pass without making significant economic gains. That would mean that we'd have failed those people in our most deprived communities, including those in Swansea East and others throughout Wales. These families, these communities are looking for someone to truly defend their interests. As a developing institution, this National Assembly and its government needs to step up to the plate and really embrace and push for innovative moves which can move Wales forward. It means that we need to look with an open mind on how we can develop a model of government in Wales which can deliver for the next generation. And yes, in some instances, that means looking at our competence as an institution and what we are prepared to do for ourselves. The first opportunity to do that will undoubtedly come during the Brexit negotiations, particularly around devolution of powers currently residing in Brussels and of the potential loss of £680 million a year which we currently receive from the European Union. Our interests have been ignored at every step of the Brexit negotiations thus far, and the Welsh Government needs to seriously up its game if those powers and monies are to come to Wales. We should not have to accept a penny less. Wales is at risk of becoming the forgotten nation within this so-called United Kingdom, no more than a minor English region. Why should we put up with having the most underpowered parliament in all of the United Kingdom? The people of Wales deserve better, and this National Assembly needs the powers to properly represent the people who elect it. The current Brexit position taken by the UK Conservative government means that Welsh industry and agriculture are at grave risk. How can we look to develop jobs and reduce poverty in West Wales and the valleys if these two industries suffer a hammer blow? They need to be defended, not fed to the wolves. When it comes to negotiating trade deals or other economic discussions, Wales should have an equal say, particularly if they impact on devolved functions such as agriculture and health. With businesses threatening to move away from Wales in fear of higher costs as a result of leaving the EU, we should push for Wales to have the power to set its own rates of tax, including corporation tax, air passenger duty and VAT. We need to attract businesses to Wales, and a greater range of fiscal powers would enable us to do so much more in terms of tackling our economic challenges. How is it fair that other parts of the UK have powers over corporation tax and air passenger duty, but Wales does not? In terms of supporting local businesses grow, we know that far too many public procurement contracts for goods and services are given to non-Welsh contractors. We should be doing much more compared to international comparators to support local companies to bid for these contracts and to ensure that as much of the Welsh pound is spent here in Wales, supporting local firms and employing local people through social charter clauses. We have heard much talk about this over the years, but the outcomes are still poor. Infrastructure is clearly a key element in delivering economic growth and development, and given Wales's lacklustre historical infrastructure spend, it should come as no surprise that parts of the country are so poor. When you look at the infrastructure in certain parts of Wales, it is simply not fit for purpose, and it is clear that we need to significantly increase our spend if we are to make progress. And we need to look at innovative models of finance to do just that. This has a key part to play in our economic recovery, whilst recognising that traditional physical infrastructure alone is not enough and that there's a new game in town. It is with this backdrop that I am particularly hopeful with regards to the Swansea Bay City deal, with its clear focus on developing industry and jobs around technological advance. Clusters of businesses in areas such as life science, energy and manufacturing have the potential to significantly boost the economy in this part of the world. What is particularly pleasing with the Swansea Bay deal is the ambition that has been shown, a determination not only to get by, but to aim for something different, to aim to be world leaders, to think outside the box, and this done on a cross-party basis. It is this type of thinking that we need to see at an all-Wales level, an attitude which says that Wales has had enough of being second best, had enough of being Cinderella. We need to see an attitude, particularly from the Welsh Government, which says that actually we're going for something different. We're going to aim to be world leaders. We're going to think outside the box. For too long, what we've seen from the UK and Welsh governments is an outdated, imperial, London knows best attitude. It does not. That type of thinking has simply resulted in West Wales and the valleys becoming and remaining as one of the poorest regions in Europe. As well as fighting for greater economic powers to help tackle the inherent poverty, we also need to promote Wales abroad as a global tourist and investment option. The good work that has recently been completed at Cardiff Airport in terms of attracting Qatar Airways, for example, should be seen as the beginning. Historically, Wales would have settled for that as the end game. This cannot be the case now. If Wales is to succeed in an international setting and attract potential visitors and investors, then it needs to be seen and it needs to be within reach. To achieve this, we need to do much more to promote Wales abroad. So why haven't we got any Welsh presence in UK embassies to champion our people and businesses? We need to develop an international policy for Wales, ensuring a presence on the international stage which would help develop and restore our position as a great trading nation. We have so much untapped resource. Just look at the potential tidal energy generation, Swansea Bay, Cardiff and Colwyn Bay, and also the potential of managing our resources for the benefit of our own people. Untapped resource and untapped wealth. It is more than possible that many of our young people who currently leave Wales to study or to find work in the future will find that, in actual fact, they will be able to achieve their goals and ambitions closer to home, just as people do in the rest of the world, by keeping our talented young people within Wales to start companies, to undertake research, to lead our public bodies. Wales would take off like it has never taken off before. But to reach that point, we need political leadership to implement the types of ideas that I've discussed during this debate. Over the next 10 years or so, Wales has two very clear choices. The first will be to continue in its current form, pretty much looking to London for guidance and funding. Or it can start to take the lead, start to make its own mark in the world, and start to fulfil some of its significant potential. When I opened this debate, I spoke of the lack of economic progress in the 18 years since devolution. I won't be a GP or an Assembly member in another 18 years' time, but if I'm fortunate enough to be around, I would hope to see that Wales had been bold and decided to do some more of the heavy lifting for herself. Time will tell as to whether the people of Wales and its government will step up to the mark. Diolch yn fawr.
And I call the Leader of the House to reply to the debate, Jane Hurt.
Well, diolch yn fawr, Dai Lloyd. You have given us an opportunity this afternoon in your short debate to provide an important picture of the historical achievements of influential figures and also of progress in terms of what Wales has offered and delivered not only to its own country but to the world. Often that historical perspective is too often lost, and it's important that you've reflected on that this afternoon. From our perspective as a Welsh Labour government, and of course at the time when we were in partnership as well, we have been standing up for Wales and Welsh interests for the last 18 years. In fact, of course, since the dawn of devolution, and we reflected on that yesterday in the tributes to Rodri Morgan, and we are now staging Wales in the world with impact and outcomes, which I will reflect on. We will continue standing up for Wales and for our future generations in Wales through the policies and laws we can now actually progress and put into effect that we are putting into place today to respond to the emerging challenges we face. Our country continues to be a place of dynamic, generous and creative people, also compassionate people, and people who are looking outwards as well as to the nation, people with massive potential. We want to nurture that potential, to create the conditions and the environments for that potential to flourish and grow. Deputy Lawith, this Welsh Labour government has always acted and will continue to act in the best interests of Wales. Health outcomes are improving, cancer survival rates improving, fewer people are dying from heart disease and deaths from strokes are falling. Education outcomes are improving. GCSE results are the best on record, and the gap between children receiving free school meals and their classmates is closing. Our economy is performing better than ever. Economic inactivity is down, employment is up, and we've had record inward investment. And it's important, as you said, that we see the progress at a local and regional level, like the Swansea Bay deal, which of course also is very much linked to the expansion of the university. And I mentioned that all-important development we achieved so many years ago of the Swansea Graduate Medical School and the second campus, which of course would not have come about without European funding. I think Di Lloyd is right to highlight that Wales, like other parts of the UK and the wider Western world, faces challenges which will be faced by us and by the next generation. After 7 years of austerity from a Conservative UK government determined to slash public spending, including our own budget by £1 billion, we are witnessing falling living standards, growing insecurity and a threat to our public services. But we need to strive to defend and improve our public services in Wales. Free prescriptions, keeping our free prescriptions, that tax on health is so important. It is about choices and priorities. One way we can defend and protect those on low incomes in Wales who are working to help address in-work poverty. We continue to invest in our public services in Wales, despite those cuts to our budget from Westminster, in our NHS and social care, in our schools and in our local councils. We are building a better future for our children by reforming our education system, investing in skills and apprenticeships, in childcare and better public transport, and in 20,000 more affordable homes for the future. The Welsh Labour Government was the architect of the Wellbeing of the Future Generations Act. And the United Nations said, what Wales is doing today, the world will do tomorrow. Action more than words is the hope for our current and future generations. No other nation has taken such bold steps to legislate for long-term wellbeing goals. Wales is at the forefront of an international dialogue that's seeking to engage people across the world
in a debate about the world that they want to see now and in the future. And Lloyd will have seen the changes coming back to the Assembly, the maturing of this Assembly, of the Senedd, in terms of our opportunities to not only use our lawmaking powers, but actually now expand our fiscal powers. I do want to say a few words about the international stage. Yes, we live in an uncertain world. We face the very real and ongoing threat from international and homegrown terrorism, as we saw so tragically yesterday from Tuesday night. And despite our best efforts at diplomacy, many countries and states remain ravaged by war. New and life-threatening diseases are emerging all the time, to which we have few defences. And of course, we face the uncertainty of a future outside the European Union. We've accepted the results of the EU referendum, but it's no exaggeration to say that next 2 years of negotiations will determine the future not just our country, but of our children's futures. The Welsh Government is determined to protect this country's vital interests and the future prosperity of Wales, which is why we published with Plaid Cymru the White Paper Securing Wales's Future. It sets out our key strategic interests and priorities as the UK prepares to leave the EU. We published the White Paper together because we are clear that leaving the EU in no sense means that Wales will turn its back on Europe, a shared understanding between us. And of course, continued full and unfettered access to the single market is fundamental to our future. There are risks ahead as the UK moves towards Brexit, and you've commented on the risk to our agricultural, our farming sector and industry. These risks must be managed and mitigated, risks to environmental protection, workers' rights. But of course, there are opportunities that we must grasp. I spoke of Roger Morgan's commitment to Wales in the wider world yesterday. He did reach out, and tomorrow you'll see the product and outcomes of the Wales for Africa programme, which he initiated. But also his commitment to opening up and sharing Wales in the world was very much taken forward by his commitment to stage Wales in the world on St David's Day, not just in the States, which of course was very important in terms of trade and cultural links, but actually in every in European countries and capitals where we now have that very important annual event. Welsh Labour Government wants to build a country where we invest our wealth to give everyone the best chance. That means building the homes we need to rent and buy, keeping our communities safe, giving our children's schools and our NHS the funding they need to thrive. We want a Wales, and I think we share this, where no one is held back, a country where everybody is able to get on in life, has security at work and at home, is paid for the work they do, and lives the lives with the dignity they deserve. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you very much, and that brings today's proceedings to a close. Thank you.